All right, welcome back. I hope everyone have a fabulous lunch, dinner, breakfast, depending on where you're at. Just a nice break. What do they call it? A comfort break. That's what I hope you all had. It was a comfort break. All right. I had to put a fancy shirt on for the big meeting. So I had to up the game. I had to up the game a little bit. All right, let's see. We're gonna pull this bad boy up. We haven't missed one thing. Not a damn thing. That's what we missed. Nothing. That's exactly nothing. All right. Let's get her up there. There it is. That weird speaker looking thing. Looks like a speaker, right? Speaker. Call that a speaker. That's what it looks like. So how was everybody's break? Did you guys enjoy it? Did you do some brisk calisthenics, some deep knee bends? I took a shower, so that was great. It's always nice. It's nice to be clean. I never want you all to smell me through the screen. You know what I mean? No one needs that. No one needs it. No one wants it. No one deserves it. So I went and hooked y'all up, got all showered up, all clean, set up the old Zoom, and we're ready to rock and roll. That's where we at. Oh, let's see. Oh, Brandy just sent me a pic of the Wicked Witch walking into the courtroom post lunch. Woo! Who do you think I'm talking about? You get one guess. I'm going to give you two guesses, and the first guess is got to be right. Yeah, a little wardrobe change. Good eye, Suzanne. I got on a very hypnotizing shirt, so that when I move my arms when I'm on with Chris Hansen, he's gonna be like, "Whoa, I'm drawn into you, sir. I don't know you, but I like you. Let's go catch predators together. I'm all in, bro. Let's go." Be something like that. I imagine in my mind, that's exactly how it's going to go down. So we'll see. We'll see how it works out. All right. So Dorsch, the great Bill Dorsch, has been hitting me up furiously about our Tuesday night ritual. I forgot. I made the promise of the Delphi live tonight, but I forgot Tuesdays is Bill night. And I can't let Bill down. Bill's going to be tonight. We're still waiting on a guest. We've got a guy, another exoneree that's supposed to join us, but anytime I leave the booking to Bill, it's touch and go. You know what I mean? It's a touch and go proposition. Yeah, I'm having a meeting. So Haven, I'm doing a panel. Chris Hansen and I are doing a panel at CrimeCon UK together, and we are meeting to see what we're going to do our panel on. So it should be cool. I'm excited about it. Excited about it. The legend, Chris Hansen. I have a feeling it's going to fall into a Gacy thing. That's where I feel like he'll be like, "What? Wait, your dad was Gacy's lawyer? You grew up with that? You have the tapes?" It's like always the same conversation. So I'm imagining that's where it'll probably drop in. Even though I have a million stories to tell. There's a million stories in the Naked City. My mind being the Naked City. So still waiting on it, kids. You can see it right there. Wait, you know what? I'm probably behind time. Let's see. I'm probably screwing up big time. Probably shit in the bed right now. They're probably like deep into shit right now. Oh, we're live. All right, good. I did it. I did it by not screwing up. That's exactly what I mean. Thanks, Diz. Diz always has my back. Always has my back. Yeah, if any UK folks are still thinking about CrimeCon UK, which is imminent, starting on I want to say 20th. Let's see, whatever day that is. I'll be able to tell you exactly. It's a Saturday, Sunday jaunt over there in the UK. So 21st, 22nd. 21st, 22nd. I don't know. It might actually start on Friday. Let me check this out. But if you have not purchased tickets and you're thinking about it, you help me massively massively. You help Allie and I massively. And you get a sweet discount on your tickets if you use our code defense. It's right there. Dizzy put it up, or the robot did. The robot always looking out for me. Robots love me. Robots love me. Just kidding. Robots hate me, and I hate them. It's a hate situation. That's what's going on. All right. Let's see. CrimeCon UK. Boof. All right. Let's see what's up. Oh yeah. Oh wait. Oh yeah. 21st and 22nd. So Saturday, Sunday affair. So we're gonna get in. Me and my girls, Allie, Scout, and Cameron, and we're gonna burn London down on that Friday before I have to work. I keep thinking of what I should do with the girls. Cam's 18, so I mean she'll be able to tour around London with her sis while Allie and I are stuck working. Maybe Allie and I'll take turns manning the table. My thing with Hanson is on Saturday, so I don't know. All right, listen, Michelle, you have to use our code. Like we get like mad props if people use our code to get the discount. That way they know. Who? Cameron? Don't. I'm not telling her. I'm not telling her. She'll figure it out. She'll figure it out. Is that what the deal is? Is that in Europe? It's like if as long as you can see over the bar, you can drink. They're much more civilized. Look, like I'm not a drinker anymore. I think the shit's poison. I don't think anybody should drink, but that's me. But if you are going to consume, Disney, and I have to tell you, uh, I've said that there would be one place that I might enjoy a beverage, and that would be if I go to half my blood motherland, Ireland. I feel like I'd have to get a Guinness. I loved Guinness back when I was drinking, and I feel like just doing one pint would do me right for the rest of my life. That's how I feel about it. I'm still thinking about it, you know? Whoa, what? Who? Joanne? What's going on? Shit just took a turn right now. I just put where's Joanne? Oh my god. Who's she talking about? Who's Joanne talking about? Is it I hope it's on family. I missed it. Somebody clue me in what's going on with Joanne. I missed it. I missed it. I missed it. Read up, Lisa. I've got like oh, I spent the break reading about the dipshit. Oh, okay, okay. Well, yeah, that guy's a moron. So, like, don't handle super poisonous steaks. Like, don't wrestle with bears. Don't live with bears. Don't live with bears. Don't wrestle with snakes. Those two things. Don't manhandle snakes. They're probably gonna bite you. Nah, I won't do it. I'm over the booze. I don't give a shit. I could stand in a bar for 50 hours and have zero desire to drink. So no, I'm way over it. It's like I don't have the battle. I'm like one of those longtime drinkers who got super lucky and didn't have to go into a program. I didn't have to have sponsor, didn't have to like I don't have the urges. I'm like the diametric opposite of my father. My father's whew, battling it. He's doing the battle. Yeah, no, Joanne, I was legitimately, I'm like, oh my God, that's not something I want to read in the old chat board. Best chat in the land, crushing the game. All right. Yeah. So, but yeah, I think our code is the same for Denver this year. Josh Hallmark is adamantly telling me that I can't do CrimeCon US because not a fan, not a fan of it. So, um, I'm always trying to build the show though, the podcast. This guy, the little guy back here that y'all should be listening to. And another reminder, please, 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 please. I can like a huge thing that you could do for us that is absolutely free, that just takes a moment of your time on Apple Podcasts or Spotify, 5-star review. And if you write up a review, it's even better. I'm so appreciative. I love seeing like an influx of those coming in. it's huge for our podcast. It's the difference between somebody scrolling by it or clicking listen, and anybody that listens to it. No, I've never heard anybody come back and say, "Man, I hated your podcast." I mean, I guess they probably wouldn't say that to me. Um, they'd probably be like, "Oh yeah, man, it's real good, dude." And then dip off. But we think it's pretty great. I think it's a pretty great podcast. So the serialized we have with Gacy and Garcia, and then our third season, I'm desperately hoping that we're doing old Chicago outfit guy, Jerry Scalisi. He did a 10-year bid in London for stealing the Marlboro diamond. Google it. Jerry Scalisi. It's gonna be like a season of sitting around at the table at in The Sopranos when all the fellows would sit outside the deli just talking shit. That's what it's like to listen to the stories of Jerry Scalisi, who's unbelievable. And yeah, it's gonna be good. Getting away from the murder, hopefully for a season would be nice. Always like to dip out of that for just a second. All right, so they're late coming back. Just so y'all know, we are live, as you can see. Um, no, you're not late. You're right on time, Meg. No worries. Haven, where's Haven at? Same here. I quit during COVID. Didn't have to go to AA. Was able to pick up a hobby, crochet. Love that. Love that. And I've never looked back. Me, same. 100% same. I quit right before COVID. This Halloween will be 5 years. 5 years. Not a drink, not a drop. So, best decision I ever made. I would not be doing this if I was still drinking. I wouldn't have started the podcast. I wouldn't be doing this. That's facts. That is facts. I did not. I'm totally slacking on that. It's like I don't want to book hotels because we're going to be moving targets. Like I'm not that like Allie and I when we got out of law school, we had some law school loans left, some cash left over. We went to Europe, hit Amsterdam, spent a bulk of it in Italy, did a little Paris, just her and I, and it was. And I booked nothing ahead of time. Don't worry, Spitfire. I'm a pro. I travel. I know what I'm up to. I'll figure shit out. I don't like to book tours where I don't like to be beholden to anybody or anything. And that's how my whole family is. We are seat of our pants people. We live by the moment. I know that gives just the concept of that gives people massive anxiety, but it ain't me. It ain't me. I like to be free. Nobody puts baby in the corner. You know what I'm saying? Nobody puts baby in the corner. Joe Schmo. I'm Joe. Uh no, we're not living on the streets. I'm just gonna book hotels as we go. Like we're gonna travel. I don't think we're gonna stay in London the whole time. I'm too busy. I need somebody that's actually gonna plan my shit. Say, here you go. These are the hotels you should book. Otherwise, it's gonna be spur of the moment. The spur of the moment. I don't know where the hell we're staying. Yeah, it'll be great. Kids will love it. They'll love it. It's gonna be an adventure. We're a big adventure family. That's why I hate all inclusives. Number one, I don't drink. Nah, planning your shit's whack. It's not how I do it. It's not how I do it, Spitfire. I mean, I want to have an idea. We've all got ideas of spots we want to go. I'm still trying to slip a rail trip over to Scotland, my other motherland. It's like I'm half Italian, and then I'm a quarter, like less. I'm like Scottish, Irish, and Cherokee. My mother just confirmed with me 2 days ago that both of my great great grandmothers were 100% 100 blood Cherokee, which I thought was like awesome. I was like, what? It's amazing. I love it. It's like I knew I was indigenous. I knew it. I just feel it. Just feel it. That's why that firewater shit didn't work for me, because of my indigenous blood. It's like rejected that bourbon, you know. Oh, yeah, I'm not gonna accidentally like, book a hostel with porn on the walls. I'm not doing any hostels, that I assure you. It's gonna be all hotels. I was thinking about looking at some Airbnbs. If anybody, from the UK, any of our homies from the UK, I haven't speaking of which, I haven't seen Charlotte in a hot minute. Where's she at? What's going on, Charlotte? We miss you. Get in here. Bring it in. Bring it in for a aw family hug. Wow, they're really slacking here. All right. So while they're slacking, this is what I'm gonna do. uh, I'm gonna send this picture that Brandy sent me. Well, look at this and laugh. If only it was like a real close up of the eyebrows, that would have been a massive score. I'll tell you that right now. Super indigenous. What? Oh, apparently my daughter is down. Hey, did you have class today, Cameron? Now that I know she's actually watching the live, uh, that is a major win for me. That my 18-year-old Cam is watching the live. Hey, what's up, girl? Come on, come hang with your dad. Come pull up a chair. I don't know if the fam's met you over here, my online fam. I don't know. They've met Scout plenty. Cam. mm, we finally get it's like I've told y'all when we finally get the morning drop, our morning show that's going to be daily, with giving you guys all the quick hits of the court world and what's happening, what's popping every day. And it's going to be taking place like in a diner. Like I ordered the old 50s diner seating. It's like a corner bench. We're going to have the table there, and Cameron is going to be the snarky waitress. It's going to be great. She's going to crush it. Like she's always going to be like, I'm not going to tell you what the plan is, but just trust me, it's going to be good. It's Camryn. Cameron. Cameron. We tried to feminize it. I don't know if she buys it. That's how we spell it. Stuck the M in there. Cameron is a boy's name. Cameron is a beautiful girl's name. There you go. There you go. So Cam, like why aren't you chatting? Like that's what I want to know. Why aren't you chatting, Cameron? Tell us. Cameron, let the people know that we fly by the seat of our pants. That's how we roll. That's how the mottos roll. We roll like that. That's how we roll. Yeah, Cam sometimes she lets yeah, you know what? I will tell it to Cameron Diaz next time I see her. You know what my thing is? It's like I'll never say shit behind somebody's back that I won't say to her face. And that includes Judge Gall. Kidding, kidding. I mean publicly. Uh yeah, no, Cameron Diaz. Is that how she spelled it? She spelled it like a boy? I'll be like, why'd you do the boy spelling, Cameron? Diaz? Is she still acting? That's what I'm curious. We were just talking about the circular nature of fashion. And so parachute pants were big when I was in high school. That was their peak moment because we were talking about how long it's going to take to come back around. Yes, Cameron is Scout's sister, big time. Or Scout is Cameron's sister. Oh, by the way, Cam, your sister has a volleyball game today. You should come. It's a home game. Home game. I always enjoy when Cameron comes to support her sister. Her and her boy, her man, Ryan, sweet kid, awesome kid. Uh, my dad loves Ryan. Like, my dad's got a thing. It's like any of my kids, like either Courtney, who is our oldest, or Cameron, when they come home with like a boyfriend, historically, the thing was always my father would call them the wrong name intentionally. Uh, and then Ryan, as soon as Ryan started talking about golf and was talking about how he crushes golf, my dad fell in love with him. He's like, this Ryan kid. He's the goods. So you know immediately when he starts calling Ryan correctly by his government name that my father's enamored. So he's easy. Uh, oh, there she is. Boop. Hey, there's my little love bug. What is up, girl? You will come where? To London? Oh, good. I'm glad. I'm glad. Oh, you mean to the game? All right, good. Yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Cam also had one of her buddies from school give a pretty from college give a pretty tasty list of things to do. A lot we see a lot of duplicates. I see a lot of duplicates in terms of people that have given us racks on places to visit when we're in London, and I've seen a lot of crossover. So those are probably places we'll definitely want to hit. You just do the at. If you do the at whatever the name is. Like typically, if you start the at and then put in the first few letters, it'll auto populate it for you, Cam. There you go. Lisa knows. They are running late. As you guys can see, I am live. See it down there? A little red live thing. They're super late. This is ridiculous. It's like it's so late that I got to give Allie the 2-minute warning because I got to jump on the Zoom in like 7 minutes. All right. Please hold. Oh, maybe I should just have Cam host. Cam, you want to come host for a half hour for your dad? 20 minutes? Oh, yeah, you can't do it on your phone. It's no deal. No deal on the phone. Can't do the app thing on the phone. It's limited on the phone. Uh, Cam can do it. Yeah. It's like I've really tried to talk all my kids out of becoming lawyers, but I see it in Cameron's future. She's too much of a badass. She's like, if you can imagine a combination of Allison and I, that's her. Like our brains just formed a super brain in her brain. And like you know, she is not afraid to debate. She is not shy about debating us full throat. It's usually me. I don't know why she always picks on me, but it's typically me that she debates. Her and her mother seem to always try to double team me, which is bullshit. Because I'm always right. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not always right. Yeah, she's amazing. She's an amazing. She amazes me every time. So she's taking philosophy in college. Been reading her papers. Blows my mind. I was so happy. If you guys know anything about me, if you've been on the channel for a while, or if you listen to the podcast, I love some Mark Twain. So like we were driving home, I think from I don't know where we come from, Cam. It was a long drive. And I pulled up some Twain quotes. Mark Twain's got amazing quotes. And I was reading her some great quotes, and then I was happy to see she incorporated one into her logic paper for her philosophy class. I was like, that's awesome. That's awesome. Dude, Mark Twain is he was light years ahead. Oh, boop, there it is. Just think about that. Let this one resonate in your brain. This is it. That is so true. That is so true. So true. He's got like everything. His like homespun genius was like just next level. He was the best. Oh no. Oh god. Oh. Oh, man. You know what's the worst is when your parents and all of their aged people are getting old and sick. Ugh, it's so sad and depressing. Yeah. Um. Oh, I hear Allie stirring, leaving me. Huh? Yeah, because I got to be up here for the Zoom. Oh my God. Wow. She's really. She's really. I mean, I keep Chris Hansen waiting? What do you guys think? Should I just keep him waiting, just kind of like floating in the ether? I don't know. I don't think so. Oh man. I can hear her. Cameron, she doesn't have time for convos right now. She's gonna run downstairs. Cameron doesn't even know Chris Hansen is. It's just a boomer in her world. Boomer. Don't know, don't care. Boomer. Like To Catch a Predator. Is that still on? I still do that? Like somebody give me a tip. Give me a Chris Hansen tip. What's he still do? Ugh. Be like, hey man, I love that show you're on. It's awesome. Oh, yeah. You were talking to me? I know. It's awful. It's like only reason I brought it up is I got like my pseudo cousin. She gave me a horrible update about her parents. This is my favorite comment of the day. Leslie. He was what? What do you mean I'm not live? What? Oh. You mean on the court? Wait, how am I not live? Oh, you mean this is what did they start a new thread? What do you mean I'm not live? Oh, okay. Well, thank God we can rewind it 10 seconds. Dizzy's yelling at me, Bob, you're not live. How'd that happen? All right, so now we can bloop, 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 bloop. Babe, dude, I've got a meeting with like a TV guy, star dude.
Jessica Wade is approaching the stand. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
All right, here we go. Thanks, Diz. Dizzy, really a mechanic, though. I thought it was like they started a whole new stream over there.
Judge, excuse me, for the record, I see the witness has notes and documents before. She needs to refresh herself. I ask that she put those aside for the moment so we know what her
You can close your folder, please. You cannot read from your documents, but you may refer to them to refresh your recollection. Please state and spell your full legal name.
It's Jessica Nicole Wade, Jessica Nicole Wade.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Allie's gonna
Thank
be
you.
on
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Please introduce yourself to the jury again.
Hi, I'm Jessica Wade.
Where do you work?
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna close it.
The scene was a large piece of property that was completely fenced off with multiple other fenced off paddocks for animals. The residence was a manufactured home and it was closest to the road on that piece of property. And then there were multiple marked and unmarked law enforcement vehicles.
Was the scene kind of cordoned off with crime scene tape?
Yes.
What is that? What's the purpose of it?
The crime scene tape went across the span of the front gate, and that's just to ensure that nobody goes in there that's not supposed to go in there, and to limit the amount of foot traffic that goes through the scene while we're processing.
Was there somebody from Lake County whose job it was to make sure that no unauthorized people entered that crime scene?
Yes.
Had a search warrant been obtained that allowed you and other crime scene investigators, law enforcement officers, and the like to go to that scene to search for evidence?
Yes.
Is that search warrant signed by a judge?
Yes.
Once that search warrant was obtained and you all went out there to the scene, did you begin to process that scene?
Not immediately.
At some point, did you?
Yes.
Generally, what does the term processing a scene mean?
Again, it's where we go and observe what we have, and then to locate and document the items that are there.
During that process, were photographs taken?
Yes.
Who else was involved from your agency at the time in processing the scene?
There were multiple other crime scene investigators and several detectives.
You mentioned photographs were taken?
Yes.
Showing you must have been marked as State's Exhibit L, having previously been shown to the defense counsel. Can you take a look at that item and tell me if you recognize the contents?
We did it. Whew. All right. So I think, oh, Jesus. Hold on, guys. I lied. Hold on a sec. Give me a second, Dad. Hold on. I got to do this. I got to pause it. Sorry, guys. Ay, ay, ay. All right, I'll just keep playing here for a second, and then I'll be right back.
Video, but the real issue was the girl. I think that at this point,
What?
the language
Is this right?
of what
What's
Mr.
happening?
Wright responds with becomes very important because of the character.
I got the wrong thing on. All right, hold on. Oh my God. All right. Bob's gonna kill me.
Recognize them?
Yes.
We're going to go through them individually, but generally, what do those photographs show?
Those are of the scene throughout the process.
This time, State would move States L into States 15, Your Honor.
Any
No
objection?
objection.
No objection. Without objection, State's L will be moved into evidence of State's number 15.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Oh,
Yes, sir.
Showing you photo 1 of States 15. What are we looking at here?
That is a bird's eye view of most of the property.
And can you, with the court's permission, would it help you step down to kind of point out to the jury what the different structures are?
Please feel free to move about the courtroom.
Oh,
Can you just kind of point out to the jury kind of where the road is, where the main residence is that you described?
So the main road is up here, that's Sadie Pines, and then this is the front of the residence, which faces the road, and then this is the back area with several sheds and outbuildings, and then the fire pit.
So the fire pit is kind of the bottom middle of that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you photograph 2 of States 15. What do we see here?
That's another bird's eye view of the what would be the south side of the residence, and then showing that there's the pool and then the other sectioned off areas.
And the main residence, is that the top left in the photograph?
Yes.
And the fire pit that you described?
It's over on the far right.
And photograph 3 of States 15. What is this?
This is another view of the residence. This is the front of the main residence, and then back to where the fire pit is here, and then the furthest pasture.
And photograph 4 states 15. What do we see here?
This one shows overview of the entire property.
We see some vehicles on the
God,
main
that
road
didn't
down
work.
there.
I'm
Are some
trying
of
to
those
take
law enforcement
control.
vehicles?
Yes.
The host has muted my screen. Okay, all right.
Which is right here, and then part of the fire pit. It's just the back.
Whose
That
screen is it
fenced
now?
in
Mine or
section to
yours?
the left of the photograph. What is in there?
That's where a pig was housed.
Okay. And we see the concrete section with the wooden stump sticking out.
All right. Sorry, Dizzy. I think I'm in control now, right? All right. Hi, guys. Sorry. That was stressful. So, hi. It's me. I'm back. Thanks, Diz. Sorry. All right. So Bob got me up to speed on like, the quick background about this case. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm dying to hear what your guys what your guys thoughts are. Like when Bob started telling me the story, I'm like, well, wait a minute, you said they found the body under her fire pit, so isn't it like case closed? He's like, no, I haven't gotten to that yet. And me personally, I just think two things. One, the love of your life since 7th grade is that's a big deal. I don't know about murdering that person, but two, a mother who would do this. I know nothing about this woman, and maybe I'll learn some more stuff here, but a mother that would put her kid up to lying about killing her own father is, I mean, obviously we all know beyond despicable. Um, but it's a little much if you're just trying to not make it not let your daughter go down for murder, which I don't know what reasonable person would think that a 7-year-old that would happen to, or maybe if she's just saying didn't want her to deal with the lashback of people knowing, is going to spend 3 years like making him look alive. That's doesn't seem to jive with her version of the story. But I do see in the same sense the loss of the love of your life, which Haven is saying here. Um, in 7th grade is so horrible, but it just seems like killing that person is, you know, harder than, I don't know. I mean, who knows? These are just the thoughts that came to me in like the 2 seconds that Bob gave me sort of the rundown. Um, but and I see what Spitfire's saying, which Bob told me that too, and I was like, what but, the one thing that I did not get is that, 'cause I think I said to Bob, I was like, "Well, it's gonna become very important if this, who this child told this information to, not close in time to this trial, but long ago." And he said that the judge wasn't allowing it in, which I don't get if it's coming in as a prior consistent statement. If the state or the government were to imply that she had made this up after the fact, which clearly is the state's position. So I don't know. I don't know what's happened thus far. I don't know if Bob says their arguments were more based on statement against penal interests, but it would be more appropriately defined as a prior consistent statement to rebut an allegation of um, making it up after the fact. All right. Unless anyone's got something they want to say or want me to do, I'll start it back up again. So let's see what you guys are saying. Yeah, I mean, this whole thing, I wonder if she's been telling her daughter she did it since it happened. I mean, I don't know. All right, guys, I'll start it back up. Start it back up.
Now, what is that?
That is
Let me
where
know
the
if it's
fire
too
pit
loud.
is.
It's not a shit in my ears.
Photograph 6 of States 15. What is this?
This is the open area behind the rear of the residence, between that and where the fire pit would be.
Photograph 7, just a little further to the left. And where's the fire pit in this
And
photograph?
this one, the fire pit is over here to the far left.
Photograph 8, what do we see here?
Again, the back side of the residence, pool, and then the fire pit area.
Photograph 9, more orienting the jury.
This is, so the residence would be over here, and that's a small little chicken coop barn area. And then right here in the front is the fire pit.
Was there a dirt mound
I
located
agree.
about 400 feet
For
away
sure,
from the
fire.
residence?
Definitely possible.
Showing you photograph 10 of States 15. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Was ground penetrating radar brought into the scene to assist in looking around?
Yes.
And who brought that in?
Dr. Sutton with the University of Florida.
Was the ground penetrating radar run over this section?
I'm gonna grab my phone, guys, and call the Twitter people.
And
I'm on.
generally,
There's
without
a lot
going
more
into
people.
great detail, what did it show?
Dr. Sutton advises that she visualized an anomaly on her little, on the screen, which shows basically that there's a disturbance within the dirt below the surface.
So what was done in this area that was about 400 feet away from the main residence?
As far as,
Was it excavated a little bit?
oh, yes.
Okay. Explain what was done and how that happened.
Well, we start out and we do, it has to be done layers at a time, usually a few inches. And each time we get to a certain point, we stop and document with photography anything that's there. So the lack or the presence of any items. And if there's nothing there, then we document the depths and then we continue on into the next step.
And ultimately, after that process, in this area on the property, were any human remains found there?
No.
And about how deep did you guys dig to make that determination?
We ended up going about 60.
Okay. All right, referring back to the fire pit that you described in that concrete slab, was there something written in the concrete slab in the concrete?
Yes,
Where, first of all, can you point where that was located?
it's right here on the edge.
Okay, and what was written there? What emblem was there?
There's a heart shape with the letters T, the plus sign, and L.
And was that kind of like in the concrete before the concrete would have hardened?
Yes.
All right, showing you again photograph 8 of States 11. Was there something unusual in that concrete area near the fire pit that drew your attention?
Yes.
First of all, just point where that was located
Okay, it would be right here on the far side.
and kind of describe what was unusual about it.
So that area, it was kind of depressed. It was like sinking in, and then it's also got a lot of discoloration on it.
Showing you photo 12 of States 15. Where was that depressed area in this photograph?
The depression is right here.
On the bottom right of the photograph?
Correct.
And photograph 13 of States 15. Is that just another angle of it?
Yes.
Was ground penetrating radar also brought into this area and run over top of this depressive area?
Yes.
And again,
Yeah, on my
generally,
phone.
without going into great detail, what
We're
was found?
dead somewhere.
The Dr. Sutton, sorry, again reported an anomaly on the screen.
So what was decided to be done in this area regarding that anomaly?
At this point, we decided that it would be beneficial to do an excavation at this site as well.
Showing you photograph 14 of States 15. Can you describe to the jury how it was that you went about excavating this, the initial stages?
Well, first we had to document everything as it was, and then we had to remove the concrete so that we could start doing the excavation process.
And what was done with the pieces of concrete that were broken up?
They were set aside.
Showing you photo 15 of States 15. What does this show?
This just shows they're continuing to remove the concrete.
In photograph 16, what do we see here?
It's a continuation of the concrete being removed and kind of cleaned out.
Photograph 17, what does this show?
Got a boring witness.
At this point, we're removing
I want a fact witness.
the pavers that are around the actual fire pit and then going through the fire pit itself.
Was the fire pit
Testing.
basically demolished in this process?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury the process that you go through when you're performing an
I
excavation?
can't hear myself in my own ears.
The
I don't know
sifting
why.
process.
So once we, like I said before, we have the layers of dirt that we pull out. Once we pull the dirt out, they go into these buckets and then they get taken to sifting stations and we take turns sifting through. And it's a fine mesh materials that the smaller items are not able to fall through. And in case we don't see them in the dirt, we're able to find them in the sifting tray.
Is this a process that takes a half hour or so, or can it take a long time, sometimes days?
It sometimes can go up to days depending on what we're doing.
Photograph 18, what do we see here?
This is where a good portion of the dirt has been removed.
Photograph 19 of States 15, what does this show?
It shows a bone.
So I think that's pretty much kind of accurate. What is it? Crazed. Oh, gamer crazed. Sorry. Could you imagine me walking around reading license plates? But I had a case once where it was a federal case. So the government had like this cell phone video of an incident and it's all bumpy and bouncing all around and, whatever. So, I mean, it's not exactly on point because it deals with seeing a memory. But the experts that I had talked to, because all of the witnesses who were testifying at trial were testifying to things that they saw in the video that you knew from the video. Like I'd find places where something happened in the video and I'd be able to find the witness who is faced the other way, like they did not see it happen, but they're testifying that they saw it happen, that they're pulling it from their memory, not what they see on the video. So, and I do remember part of that being sort of the way, even independent of actually the video, but that your mind can reconstruct it when you're given additional information, even, as new information comes in, then you kind of start to reconstruct your memory around it, which as Gamers Crazed is saying, is why things become hazy or why people have very firm beliefs that they saw something that they may not have actually seen, even though come the time they're saying it, they're convinced that they saw it. So there you go. And then Spitfire researched it. Guess I didn't need to do that because Spitfire did it all. But yeah, that's definitely consistent with what experts have told me about how memories work and the brain works. So, all right, we will resume. I kind of hate this witness because it's like facts we already know, like doesn't actually have any bearing on guilt or innocence, but
For a possible bone sticking out of this.
Can you point to the photograph where that is?
It would be right here towards the center.
Photograph 20 of States 15, what do we see here?
That is the bone that was removed from the dirt.
What was done eventually with this bone?
This bone and anything else that we found bone related was then transported with the medical examiner's office back to the medical examiner.
Photograph 21 of States 15, what does this show?
This shows approximately the depth at which we found that bone.
And about how deep was that bone located?
About 20 inches.
that's, you know what, Brooklyn, that was actually part of what I now that you say that, like part of what the experts were telling me. Because yeah, like sometimes I had a memory, okay, of something that my father had always done to me. Actually, so it wasn't the experts, but it's something similar happened with me. And then I'm retelling the story in front of my mother, and my mother's like, I did that. And I think it was just that it was something that I would think my dad would have done. and not my mom, just because you know, or because it was something that I took as hurtful and I never didn't want to put it on my mom. I don't know what it is, but all my life I associated with something that my father had done that my mother was like, Dad wasn't even there for that. So um it's, exactly what, the kind of thing that Brooklyn's saying here um as well. Maybe I can find someone to come on about memories. Um, but yeah.
Once you found that humerus bone, about what time was it in the day?
It would be about 17:05 or 5:05 p.m.
Now, considering it was probably going to be getting dark relatively soon and you still had more work to do, what decision was made about continuing or stopping?
At that point, we decided that it would be more beneficial to hold the scene for the evening and then return the following morning.
What do you mean by hold the scene?
To secure it, cover it with tarps and make sure that nothing else can get in, and then a deputy is then posted on scene overnight to ensure that nobody has access to the area.
So when was the next time you came back to the scene?
The following morning at around 7 a.m.
And did investigators from the medical examiner's office also come to assist?
Yes.
Is that common for medical examiners, investigators to come to the scene and be involved in this process?
Yes.
You mentioned it was an investigator. The actual medical examiner, the doctor performed the autopsy, wasn't there. Was the medical examiner investigators?
Correct.
I understand. That morning, were additional photographs taken at the scene?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 22 of States 15. What do we see here?
This is how we left the scene before we left. We secured the tarp over the opening and then placed canopies over.
So that
I
canopy
think what
there is
Izzy
placed
said
by
is
law enforcement.
is
Yes.
accurate
We see several
because
different blue tarps. Are those law?
the more you think about it closer in time, that's going to make it less subject to reconstruction. And when you're not getting new information and that's not what's prompting you to access the memory, because then you're not taking that new information to construct it as well. All right.
Law enforcement's blue tarps?
Yes.
And why are there some of those blue tarps that have dirt on them?
Those tarps were set up for the sifting station, so once it's sifted, it stays on that tarp.
All right. Did you and your team continue this digging and sifting, the excavation process?
Yes.
What does this show? Photograph 23 of States 15.
Right here towards the center, it shows the edge of a blue tarp.
No, this is not a blue tarp that law enforcement brought in the scene, correct?
Correct.
When you come across things like this, like a blue tarp, how do you make sure that you don't damage the tarp or the item in the whole digging process? Are you using big old shovels or what are you doing?
Initially, we are using larger shovels. Once we come across any items that are deemed to be of evidentiary value, we then switch to smaller, like hand tools and brushes, so that nothing else does get destroyed or damaged.
Showing you photograph
Well, it
24
started,
of States
Leslie.
15. What do we see here?
Again, here in the center, it's more of the tarp that's been exposed.
And what are all those buckets around?
Those are for the dirt that's being removed as we're taking it out.
Okay, and those buckets then
Oh, I
go to
don't have my
sifting
phone to
stations.
be able to see how many likes we have,
Photograph
versus how many
25
people.
of
Someone else
States
will have to let me know.
15. What does this show?
Right here, we have the tarp, and then we found another bone.
Photograph 26 of States 15. What do we see there?
That is a close-up of the bone from the previous photo.
And what was done with this bone?
It was also eventually transported with the rest of the remains.
That's half. Come
Photograph
on, guys.
27
Help me
of
out.
States 15.
Can someone go on Twitter because I can't
What
stay
else
on,
was found? What
stay
do
on
we see in
here.
this photograph?
These are smaller bones, presumed to be probably from the hand bones. and they were placed in this Tupperware container, so they did not get misplaced.
I'm assuming law enforcement brought this Tupperware and used it,
Yes,
okay, just to store the items.
yes.
Thanks, Sid.
Photograph 28 of states
Asking.
15. What do we see here?
That's all.
Right here, we have another couple of bones that have been exposed.
And these photographs are just kind of showing the progression of the excavation process.
Yes.
All right. Photograph 29 of states 15. What else was located next to that blue tarp or underneath that blue tarp?
In the area of the blue tarp, you see this green strap. It's similar to that of like a ratchet strap.
Did you locate any part of
You guys
like,
already
an
get a
elastic
bunch of
sheet
fact
with that strap
witnesses,
or
or
near
has
the
it
strap?
been more?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain what you found?
So the elastic that we found is consistent with what would be from like a fitted sheet from a bed. And then that, all that was remaining was the elastic band.
I can't see the
I'm showing it's already been introduced into evidence as basically the three.
asking much more other than none of this tells me who committed the crime or nothing at all.
You want some blood somewhere over there.
Yes.
You know, there.
I thought- In there, we have the strap and a Tupperware container of miscellaneous debris also with it.
Photograph 30 of states 15. What does this show?
This is more of the bones that were exposed, again with the ratchet strap and the blue tarp.
Photograph 31 of states 15. What do we see here?
That has most of the tarp exposed, and then it shows the green strap that's kind of tied around the tarp.
And 32 of states 15.
This is a close-up of more of the strap, the tarp, and then you can start to see more bones that are exposed.
Some people say that
So what's the
happens
blue tarp?
when
Both
the
on
loved
top
ones
of and
either
beneath
been
the
watching
bones
over
in the
you
strap.
or
Yes.
no,
So is it consistent with the bones and the strap being wrapped in the blue tarp?
sending it to you, stuff like that.
Photograph 33. What does this show?
This shows the tarp being removed from the site.
And was that tarp collected as evidence?
Yes.
And I'm showing you states exhibit 1 in evidence already. You recognize what's inside of here?
Yes. That's the receipts.
And in the packaging I
Who's
just
that,
showed you was a blue
defense
tarp
or
in
the
different
state?
sections.
Said,
Yes.
Okay, we'll get
About
this to
receipts,
explain why that
I
in a few
think.
minutes.
wow, the mics are ooh,
Photograph
on
34
fire.
of states
Sensitive.
15. What do we see here?
Another bone that was exposed after the tarp was
The
removed.
worst part is most microphones don't have like
Photograph
a mute
35.
button,
Is the
like you
tarp
can just
fully
press it
removed?
to actually
Yes.
hold it,
And was the
hold it,
rest
and let
of
go.
the skeleton eventually located?
Yes.
And what do we see here in photo 36 of states 15?
That is part of the rest
What are
of
we
the
looking at,
remains
guys?
that were found along with the green strap.
Photograph 37. What does this show?
This is when we're actually removing the rest of the remains from the site.
The white sheet, is that a sheet provided by law enforcement or was that in the grave?
That is provided by the
Was
medical
that the
examiner's
defendant?
office, and that
Obviously, I
we
guess.
underneath very carefully, and we're able to lift out the remainder.
I mean, I heard him saying it, but
Was a
Crazy.
skull found?
Yes.
about
Showing you
hot
photograph
mics.
38 of states 15. What do we see here?
I heard
This
her
is
whisper.
the top portion of the skull.
Were photos taken to show the depth of where the bones were located?
Yes.
And what does photograph 39 show?
This is showing that the bones were located at about 36 inches.
About 3 feet down.
Yes.
Which
Photograph
might
40 of
speak
states
to
15. Was any clothing
I don't
located
know,
on
that-
any part of the human remains?
Yes.
What was found?
someone who gave up sooner.
The
you know, dug the
remains
hole.
had a pair of boxers
have
and then
the-
a pair of Under Armour shorts and also a pair of socks.
Were those clothing items actually, were the bones contained inside of those clothing items as if they were being worn at the time?
Yes.
And were those items also collected?
Yes.
Showing you what's been introduced into evidence in states 4 and 5. Do you recognize the contents of these items?
No, I did not. I didn't know If the defense could do that.
And what's in there?
That would be the shorts
Seems-
with the boxers and then also the socks.
Hmm.
During the excavation process, were any fibers that looked like hair collected as well?
Yes.
And what would have happened with those items during the collection process?
Those items we collected and submitted as evidence.
During the sifting process, were any additional items located, such as, smaller bones, nails, things like that?
Yes.
What was found?
You guys
I'm
watch
sure we
the
found a couple
primer
of the
episode.
smaller bones, and then we also found some pieces
Apparently,
of fingernail and
weird
some
and
more
cringy.
hair-like fibers.
You mentioned that the human remains collectively were transported to the medical examiner's office.
Yes.
Is that customary?
Yes.
And who would have done that transport?
They have a transport unit with the medical examiner's office that does that process.
Once the
There's my man. Hey, babe.
What's up, girl?
Not much. Giving you a chance to take over the stream here. I wish I got a fact witness. Like, this is all very, very boring because, clearly it was him buried there. I mean,
What's that little star she has there on her lapel?
like probably
that-
one of those like government, I work for the
Government star?
Let's see. Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
She must work for the sheriff's department. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
I know.
Crime scene investigator? Did the sheriff investigate this?
I don't know.
Or just some kind of police thing.
Hmm.
So I tried to send out a tweet that I was on here thinking it would, get so many more people for you. Just kidding. But I couldn't find my phone and apparently it's dead somewhere.
We had 250, 260 for the morning session. It'll
Nice.
pick up. It'll pick up because I started another stream. So,
Oh.
because they took the lunch break.
Ah.
So it'll grow. It's a grower. It's a grower.
I don't
Alright,
think you
fuck.
would need to worry about it being exactly where I am because it's not like she's giving
Right.
anything,
All right, hold on. So like where
What?
like
Look at
where
this.
you
Look at this.
what?
Cameron. I wonder who that person is.
She's
Says
been
it's a
on.
fashion statement.
She's been on. She's been
Oh.
on. So what was
Oh.
she talking about? Can you
She's
tell
talking
me?
about them, them finding the bones under the fire pit, collecting them, the clothes. One thing she said is like things were deep, about only about 3 feet deep.
Were you guys pretty much current?
Yeah, I was like just like 2 minutes behind because I kept kind of looking to see if I could find what she was gone, and then I
Right.
would
Had she
kinda,
gotten up and like walked away from the chair and like
yeah.
pointed at some shit? All right, because I'm gonna take you
Oh
off.
yeah, this is literally like I'm looking at it right now, 2 minutes from the end, and she's still. Oh no, yeah, you're right. She had not. It was right before she got up this last time, right before.
Okay. So I think maybe
Ah,
like right around in
Cameron.
here. All right. Okay. I'm gonna pull yours off. I want to put mine on.
Well, when you share it, mine will come off. But
Okay.
okay, there, mine's gone.
All right. You all tell me like where we're at.
Oh, was it 3 feet? Maybe it was 3 feet. I'm sorry. I say 3 inches. No, it was 36 inches. 3 feet.
Underneath.
And you said they're unknown stains. At this point, you didn't know what it was, right? Did
How's
you
this doing? Like,
use
how's
anything like
this?
the Blue Star process
Sounds
you
good to me.
earlier in this? And what happened when you did that?
Again, there was a small reaction, so that area was eventually swabbed and again turned in as evidence.
Again, just because it reacted doesn't necessarily mean it's blood, right?
All right.
But
Bye, guys.
out of
Love you, babe.
abundance of caution, did you collect the swab?
Correct.
Did you use the same process you just described?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as evidence, it states I for identification. You recognize that item?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
This has the case number, my initials, and the date and the description of the item.
Is it also sealed?
Yes.
Can you open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents?
Yes,
What's inside?
that would be the swabs from the underside of the deck.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them that day?
Yes.
This time state remove I into evidence as states 18.
No objection.
Without objection, states I will be moved into evidence as states number 18.
And was this item as well sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for further DNA analysis?
Yes, it was.
Again, you had no involvement in that process?
No.
Let me direct your attention to January 17th of 2019. Did you and crime scene investigator Jessica Beard, now Jessica Holcomb, go to the Lake County Sheriff's Office evidence location, I guess, for lack of a better word, and process an item collected in this case?
Yes.
What did you process?
We processed the tarp.
And which tarp?
The tarp that was removed from the excavation site.
And what was your purpose? What were you looking for in processing the tarp?
We were looking for any kind of potential damage to the tarp and or bodily fluids of any kind.
Where did you do this examination, considering that the tarp's pretty big?
We had to use the vehicle processing bay at the sheriff's office.
And what did you do? I'm assuming you didn't just throw the tarp on the floor and start looking. What did you do to ensure that the tarp would maintain a clean area and things like that?
We placed a brand new clean tarp that was larger than this particular tarp underneath so that we could then do what we needed to do to process it.
Showing you photograph 47 of states 15. What do we see here?
That is the tarp that was from the excavation site opened up and placed on top of the larger tarp.
What did you do to examine that tarp or process it?
We visually examined it, and then we also used an alternate light source on it.
Explain what that is.
The alternate light source has several different wavelengths of light that are used, and you can use different colored filters such as orange, red, or yellow to then enhance the fluorescence that may be given off if there are any fluids exposed.
And what were the results of the analysis after you used that alternate light source?
They were presumptively positive.
Did you, at some point you said earlier that the tarp was divided up and cut up into sections.
Yes.
Why was that done?
We separated into quadrants, basically, so we could further analyze it and know which section we were working with.
When you were examining the tarp, did you locate any defects or damage to it?
Yes.
And how many different places did you find that there was a defect or some kind of damage?
There were 2 locations that we noted.
Showing you photograph 48 of states 15. What do we see here?
In this one, in the upper left corner here, we have a little bit of a tear.
And is your job as a crime scene investigator just basically to document what you see and any kind of anomaly?
Correct.
Okay. Photograph 49 of states 15, is that just a close-up of what you were talking about?
Yes.
Photograph 50 of states 15, what does this show?
This one shows that there's a small defect as well, right here towards the center of this image.
Is that a different defect than the one we just looked at in the previous photo?
Yes.
Okay. Photograph 51, what does this show?
That just shows a close-up of the defect that we found in the other spot.
I noticed there's a marker there, it says interior. What does that mean and how did you know that's the interior?
So this was labeled as the interior side because this is the side that was ultimately wrapped around the remains. So we're calling that the interior. And then the other side we would then call the exterior.
In photograph 52 of states 15, what does this show?
That shows the exterior side, so the opposite side of the previous image.
And 53, is it just a close-up of the same thing?
Yes.
Did you do anything in particular with this area of the tarp?
Yes.
Did you separate this area from the tarp from the rest of it?
Yes.
And what was the point? Why would you do that?
We did that just so that it could be analyzed if it needed to be without sending the entire tarp.
I'm showing you States Exhibit 2 already in evidence. Do you recognize what's in there?
Yes, that's the piece of tarp.
That same day, did you also examine the piece of laminate flooring that we looked at earlier that was taken from the fire pit?
Yes.
What did you do to examine it?
We also did the alternate light source on that.
And what did that show?
That showed a possible result as well.
Again, does that necessarily mean that there was blood on it?
No.
Okay. Was that item also sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to be further examined?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wiggs.
Yes, ma'am, please record.
Yes, sir.
Stand if I can use your switch. Okay, thank you. If I can get this on, or if I'm gonna just have to use the photos themselves. But let's go back to it again. Okay, you can step down if you don't mind, please, ma'am. Okay, looking at just, if you, and that's what I address you, deputy or investigator?
Investigators.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this was the grave site as you represented in number 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take any measurements from the residence to the grave site?
I did not personally, but somebody did, yes.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge of the distance between the two?
No, sir.
Okay. Just looking at. Okay, you've spoken about number 5. You found some initials in there, correct?
Yes.
What were those initials specifically?
It's a T with the plus sign and an L, and then right above it is the shape of a heart.
So like Travis plus LAURIE?
Presumably.
Yeah, okay. So somebody had embedded their name in this concrete, correct?
At some point.
Yeah. In perpetuity to express to the world, correct? A form of identification.
I would imagine, yes.
Okay. Not secret, somebody evidently was trying to keep, correct?
Didn't appear so, no, sir.
Okay. And let me see if I can find, okay. You had spoken about this area, I believe. You would run a ground penetrating device on that,
Yes.
correct? And you exhumed that area and there was stuff in there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that was a mess, correct, you would say?
It's just part of the process.
Okay. The fact that the ground may have an indenture in it, a dark spot, or a lighter spot, doesn't necessarily signal mankind or anybody that this is a body area, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. So if we heard testimony earlier that there was an indenture and the concrete, that wouldn't necessarily signal the world that there's a body buried there. Would you agree?
Not necessarily.
Okay. And then this comical of this site, we're looking at number 11. In fact, we see more than one dark area, correct?
Yes.
And under those dark areas, there was just one body located, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me, the body was not located in the center of the patio itself?
Correct.
Okay, let's talk about a little bit about the distance, the depth of this grave. You said that it was 3 feet.
Once we
correct?
were completed, yes.
Okay. How tall are you?
I'm about 5 foot.
You're 5'5". So if somebody was digging this area, standing in that site, okay, and it's 3 feet, where's 3 feet on your body? You're 5 feet?
Yeah. So probably about here. waist
Okay,
high.
about here. Okay. So the size of the individual would be relative to the ease in which that grade could be done. Would you agree?
Potentially.
Would make sense, would it not?
It could be. It depends on what they had available.
Okay, let's say I have a shovel. I enter into a ground area, and I'm gonna dig a grave. It would be easier for somebody to be taller to dig a 3-foot, ditch than somebody that's 5 feet. Correct? Having to throw dirt
Presumably,
up and
yes.
above them, correct? Logically. Now, the items that were located in the grave, we're looking at number 29. There were some straps, correct?
Yes.
And there was a tarp, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and there was, I think, a strap wrench.
It's part of that strap. I think it was
Okay.
just one long piece.
Okay, was it affixed to the strap itself?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge whether or not law enforcement took any efforts to look for, do any kind of financial audit on anybody's account to see where that may have been purchased?
I'm not aware.
Okay. I'd have to ask somebody else, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is that you down in the grave site there?
No.
Okay. That's the straps you're talking about, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you're looking around the Shaver residence. Did you find these same or similar straps located anywhere else on the residential site?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And you wouldn't have noted that or pointed that out otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Then we see 35 inches, correct?
It's right at 36 inches. Yes.
36, 3 feet.
Yes.
3 feet, okay. And you spoke about collection of some DNA data, correct? And this was found in this rear area of the residence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know any results of any DNA analysis from that, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. You just submitted it in and it went to another person, correct?
Yes.
And again, there we have the tarp, correct?
Yes.
We're looking at that you recovered. And then you made certain notations on this. It says drag, correct? What do you mean by the word drag?
So with this one, it looks more like it could be consistent with a drag mark across a rough surface.
Okay, let's stop there. Did you do any testing in this area that you marked as a drag to see if there's any grass marks, chlorophyll, anything were to indicate that that tarp had been used to drag a body from the residence out to the gravesite?
No, sir.
That would have been beneficial, correct?
I don't know what was done processing wise, if it went to the state lab or not.
Okay. And then there was a hole here, you know that, correct?
Yes.
And then there was a stone mark, correct?
It's this one and then the back side of the same. Yes.
Are y'all saying I was muted again? I was asking if anybody else had their sound other than Susie B cutting out. For me, it's perfect. I told you it's because I don't have the headphones. Like Jay would do it all the time, but he's got the headphones on. If I was downstairs at my podcast setup where I can hear my mic, see, I can't hear my mic, so I forget that it's muted. Because I'm coughing and scratching and just doing all kinds of shit you guys don't need to hear. So as a courtesy, I mute you, and then I forget to turn it on.
Okay. So those are the marks, etc., correct? Okay, thank you. You can have a seat. Now, ma'am, in your processing of this site, as I asked one of the other investigators, there was no evidence that was gathered by you or anybody else indicating there was any DNA in this site associated with LAURIE SHAVER.
I'm not sure that any DNA was recovered, and if so, I'm not aware.
Okay. You didn't personally recover any that you recall, correct?
No.
Okay. Do you know anybody else, any other investigator that processed the scene with you that recovered any DNA?
I believe I did most of the DNA swabs for this case.
Was there any hairs found in that site?
In the site, yes.
Okay. That wasn't mentioned on your direct examination. There were hairs found, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if any of the DNA in those hairs were linkable to LAURIE SHAVER or anybody?
I'm not aware.
Did law enforcement do anything with regards, aside from the tarp, to the strap wrench?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, do you know if they did any investigation or forensic audit to look into anybody's accounts to see if anybody had purchased any strap wrenches or straps for a vehicle or boat?
I'm not aware, no.
You spoke about a laminate, a piece of laminate that was found in the gravesite, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if that laminate was linked in any way to the Shaver residence?
No, sir.
Do you know what kind of floor they had in the Shaver residence?
Previously, no, sir.
Okay, or at any time?
At the current time, it was tile and then like wood laminate in the bedroom.
Was it the same type of laminate?
No, sir.
Thank you. I have no further, Judge.
Thank you. Redirect.
I think I asked you this earlier, but if not, I just wanted to make sure. You also processed the tarp for the presence of fingerprints, right?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No.
Donna. All right, I'm about to
When
give some
you
love
and
to
other
Donna.
officers arrived on the scene the first day of the excavation, was LAURIE SHAVER there?
Yes.
I'm assuming she wasn't permitted to walk around the house or walk around the property while you guys were doing your processing, right?
Correct.
Where was she living?
I was told that she was in front of the property sitting in her vehicle.
You remember seeing in one of the aerial photographs her
Yes.
truck?
Boring.
From
Boring.
her vantage point in that truck, would she be able to see the fire pit in the concrete slab?
I believe so, yes.
Did she remain on scene for part of the time that you began to process the scene the first day you were there?
Yes.
At some point, did she leave the area?
Yes, she did.
Because she was permitted to leave, right?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time she left?
It would be probably around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
And at what point in your processing where were you focused when she left?
That's about the time that we moved from the back pasture area up towards where the fire pit.
Oh, thanks, Joe Schmo. You're the man. What a guy. What a guy. Appreciate you, brother. Hey, make sure you're throwing Joe's link to his YouTube channel, his baby channel. We got to help him grow. Yo. Thanks, Joe.
It was.
Thank you.
Just briefly, Joyce. Ma'am, you said you saw LAURIE sitting in her truck, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what time her kids got out of school?
I'm unaware.
Okay. It would make sense if she's there and the kids come back from school, she may need to travel off-site, correct?
Correct.
Okay. She
Oh,
never-
God damn it. Ugh. Oopsies.
For appearing today, you're released from further
Oopsies.
testimony. Have a good day.
Sometimes I hit the control button instead of the shift, and pulls that shit right
All
off.
right, your next witness.
They called Dr. Kyle Shaw.
Oh, hot mic, I heard it.
Oh, the boy just ain't right. Well,
Can I ask you a question? If you understand there? You've got a narrow urethra. Ariel, you have to make sure to hit notifications. You hit that little bell every time that I've heard that people that even have the notifications on don't get it. The best way to always get notifications is join Seeking Justice Discord server. It's amazing. It's run by both Dizzy and Tracy, two of our amazing mods. It's the greatest goddamn Discord server in the history of Discord servers. It's amazing for true crime nerds. It's the spot. It's got everything that you'd ever want in terms of all the shows that you love, all the fam. It's got Jay, PB, Joey Jackalone when he comes back. We got Josh in there. I think we got who else we got? We got T Criminality in there. Anytime that any of us go live, you're going to get a notification immediately on your phone. Even it'll let you know that we're going live. So it's amazing. And then it's got every document you could ever want, like ever want from any case that we're following and stuff that we're not following. Anything that you want, any pleadings, any of that kind of stuff. Dizzy and Tracy just crush the game over there. So that's the best way, in all honesty, where it's going to be just foolproof to get it done. So yeah, but hit the bell on YouTube too. And also make sure you're subscribed. I think if you're not subscribed, you're not going to get the notification. So I would hope that everybody in here is subscribed to the channel. That would break my heart. Break my heart. Even if you can't stand me, it's free. Free. Don't make me change the have to be subscribed for like 10 hours before I let you chat. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy. Do the right thing. Sub. Let's go. Oh.
Please come up to the witness. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Only for 5 minutes, though, Karen. That's what I have it set at. 5 minutes of subbing, and then you can chat. I could jack that up massively. I can make it where you have to be subbed in order to
All right,
chat.
please state and spell your full legal name.
Dr. Kyle Shaw,
be
first
back,
name
Claire.
Kyle, last name SHAW.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing
Oh,
but the truth,
geez.
so help you God?
It's like, what's
do.
this? It's
Thank you.
Terry
Please proceed.
from the side.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Dr. Kyle Shaw.
Where do you work?
Not so
I
much
currently
Terry from
work
the
as a
front.
forensic pathologist in the
Nice,
upstate
Terry.
area of South Carolina, working for several coroner counties in that area.
What do you do for the coroner county? What do you do on a regular basis?
So I'm a forensic pathologist. My role
agree,
with the
Amanda.
coroner offices is to review cases that are presented to me and
Right,
provide
Joanne?
my opinion of cause and manner of death. In the coroner setting, primarily that involves performing autopsies as part of that process.
Where did you work before you?
All right. Like, I don't know how this is going 5 days. I mean, they're plowing through this case. They're plowing through this case. I mean, he's going to testify as to causation, manner of death. So, I mean, they're plowing through.
You moved to South Carolina.
At the District 5 Medical Examiner's Office in Leesburg.
What did you do for the District 5 ME's office?
I was an associate medical examiner, again, working as a forensic pathologist with a similar role, except that I was more directly involved in some of the investigative process and supervising investigators for the office.
How long did you work here in the Fifth Circuit in Leesburg, right?
In Leesburg for a decade, 10 years.
Can you describe to the jury your educational background and training that allows you to do that job as a forensic pathologist?
I got my medical degree from the University of Sydney in Sydney, Australia. Following that, I did a 1-year clinical internship with the Southeastern Sydney Area Health Service, also in Australia.
I mean, this dude's seriously leaning into his good side. I mean, this guy's like full profile. Hey, how you doing? This is my good side. I'd talk to you, I'd face you, but this is my good side. It's crazy. Face
Following
the mic.
that, I returned to the U.S. and did the first 2 years of my general pathology residency
Oh, I
training
see. He's
at the
facing the
Eastern
jury.
Virginia Medical School in Norfolk, Virginia. Following that, I did the final 2 years of my general pathology residency training at the University of Maryland Medical Center in Baltimore. Following that, I did a 1-year subspecialty fellowship in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Maryland. And then following that, I moved down here and took a job.
You're obviously licensed to practice medicine in Florida. Are you still licensed in Florida?
I am, yes.
Can you describe for the jury generally what an autopsy is and what it involves?
In general, in most cases, an autopsy involves both an external and an internal examination. During the external examination, I look at the outside of the body and any clothing or materials that are with or on the body for evidence of natural disease or injury. I then move to the internal examination, where we examine the internal organs of the head, neck, chest, abdomen, and pelvis as part of the routine we call full autopsy. And during the internal examination, again, I'm looking for evidence of natural disease or injury and trying to correlate those findings with the external examination, as well as any investigative information that we have at that time.
Can you estimate about how many autopsies you performed in your career?
On the order of over 3,500 at this point.
You mentioned earlier the term forensic pathology. What is pathology, first of all?
So pathology is a medical discipline that focuses on the study of natural disease as well as injuries, but primarily pathology is focusing on natural disease in general terms.
What is forensic pathology when compared to pathology?
So forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology where we focus, again, on natural disease and injury, a little bit more focus on the injury aspect of things, and then applying those findings in a legal and public health setting.
Have you performed autopsies in your career on skeletal remains?
Yes.
About how often?
I would estimate on the order of 50 or 60. Again, there's a variation or a range of decomposition changes that range from early decomposition all the way to dry, disarticulated skeletal remains. And there's a few kind of in the middle there that are partially skeletonized that wouldn't necessarily be considered a, quote, skeleton, but somewhere on the range of 40 or 50 or so.
What do you mean by disarticulated remains?
Disarticulated basically means that's usually very late in the decomposition process, where the bones have the soft tissue holding the bones together has also decomposed, and the bones are separate. They're disarticulated. They're no longer articulated or attached to one another.
Have you performed autopsies on people who have sustained gunshot wounds to the head?
Yes.
About how many times?
Many hundreds. I'm not sure if it's to the thousands, but many hundreds.
Have you been permitted to give opinion testimony in court in the area of forensic pathology before?
Yes.
About how often?
60 or 70 in court.
I ask permission to allow this witness to provide opinion testimony in the area of forensic pathology.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, the request is granted.
Thank you, Robert. Let me direct your attention to March 10th of
Camera's right.
2018. Did you perform an autopsy
Only one of
on
his ears is
skeletonized
being ready.
remains recovered in the
Right
case
ear
of
is
state of Florida versus LAURIE?
Really guts
Yes.
out far more
How
than
did
the
those
left.
remains get from the scene to your office?
They were transported by one of our forensic investigators from the scene. She was present during the excavation process, and she brought those to the office.
Am I correct? You personally were not present. Your medical examiner investigator was.
Correct.
Where is the medical examiner's office located here in the Fifth Circuit?
It's in Leesburg, so it's on 809 Pine Street in Leesburg.
Is a case number, a medical examiner case number, assigned to each and every autopsy you perform?
Yes.
Is that number unique to the individual autopsy?
Yes.
What was the autopsy number associated with this case?
2018-0428.
Is it customary, and it didn't happen in this case, that law enforcement was present during the autopsy?
Yes.
Were photographs taken during the course of your autopsy?
Yes.
Showing you has been marked as State's Exhibit S for identification. Can you take a look at these images and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, these are images. It's photographs as well as an X-ray images that were taken at the medical examiner's office during the course of this examination. Not all on the initial day of autopsy, some are later.
Do those fairly inaccurately depict the skeletonized remains as well as some of the evidence that was packaged and things like that?
Yes.
This time state would move S as in Sam into evidence as 19, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection. Without objection, states S will be admitted into evidence as states number 19.
How were the remains packaged when they arrived in your office?
So they originally arrived in a body transport bag as well as some additional bags basically to help contain the smaller bones.
Were those bags obviously sealed with evidence tape and things like that?
Yes.
What's a body transport bag?
So a body transport bag is a typical, what we call just a body bag. And usually a body, especially if there's any substantial remains involved, will go into that bag and zipped up for cleanliness and privacy.
What was the first thing you did when you received the skeletonized remains?
We start taking photographs. So photographs usually precede the examination, and then of course additional photographs are often taken during the course of examination. As also part of that process, at least in certain kinds of cases, x-rays will be performed.
In this case, did you lay the various bones out in what would be the anatomical position of the human body?
Yes, during the course of examination, those bones in a skeletal type of case, they get laid out.
Showing you photograph 1 of states 19. What do we see here?
This is part of the layout of the skeletal remains at the medical examiner's office. So just for orientation, towards the left of the image is the skull, which is on a foam support pad there. And then most of the bones basically going down to about the level of the pelvis. Photograph 2, what does this show? This is basically working our way down that same set of remains, just looking at a different area. So this goes a little bit lower. It includes the pelvis and more of the lower extremities. And photograph 3 of states 19, what do we see here? And here we see the rest of the lower extremities. So over on the far right of the image, we see a number of small bones, and those are the smaller bones of the ankles and feet. Were most of the bones that would normally be contained in the human body recovered? Yes. Were any bones missing? There were a few small bones, predominantly of the hands, that were unable to be located, but very few. Did the fact that a couple bones in the hand may not have been provided to you affect your ability to do an autopsy in this case? Not substantially, no. We've heard something about a humerus bone. Where's the humerus bone in the body? The humerus bone is part of the arm, or the upper arm. That basically is from where I'm indicating on myself, from the shoulder to the elbow is the humerus. Did you examine the skull in this case? Yes. What did you do to examine the skull? Oh. So as part of that examination, again, x-rays are performed, images are taken, or photographs are taken, and then during the course of that, some cleaning is usually performed. And the
Cameron fired on dessert instead of desert. Oh, it's like Cam, one of the lawyers said, irregardless earlier today. I had to fire on him.
in a case like this, where the specimen or the bones may subsequently go for anthropologic examination, I usually do very little other than, again, some general cleaning and general examination.
Why would you do very little if they're going to go to be examined by an anthropology lab?
So sometimes these bones are very brittle and very delicate, and usually I find that once I'm able to document them, that the anthropologist is more of a specialist specifically in bones. So it's usually valuable for them to see those bones in as pristine a condition as possible. So I'm usually very delicate with what I do have.
You mentioned x-rays were taken. What does photograph 4 of states 19 show?
So this is an x-ray of the skull. Now the lower part of the jaw is absent. It was disarticulated. It's just not in this x-ray. But what we can see is over towards the left and bottom, we see the teeth just for orientation. And then towards the right of the image, so that red dot was just on the teeth. Now now over on the right of the image, there's a bright white spot. That bright white spot is radiopaque material that corresponds to a projectile or bullet.
Showing you photograph 5 of States 19. What do we see here?
So here we see an image of the back of the head or the back of the skull. This has been rotated around so that the top of the skull is down and the bottom of the skull is up. And right in the middle of that image, we can see a round hole, which represents a gunshot wound. In this case, a gunshot wound of entrance.
Can you point in your own head generally where that gunshot wound was located?
It's approximately here, as I'm indicating, on the back of my head.
Did you locate a projectile inside of the skull?
Yes.
And explain how you did that.
So the x-ray let me know that it was there. I was then able to carefully basically reach into the skull. We can't see it in this particular image, but the skull is basically sitting on the top of the spine, and the bottom part of the brain transitions into the spinal cord, and where the brain exits the skull and goes down into the spinal column, there's a hole. And that's called the foramen magnum. And it's on the order of approximately an inch or a little bit bigger in size. So it's a decent sized natural hole in the skull. And I was able to reach in there, feel that bullet, which was loosely adherent, but not firmly adherent. It came loose very easily, and I was able to recover that and retrieve it out of the foramen magnum.
Why would the projectile or the bullet actually have adhered to the skull?
So when soft tissue decomposes and begins to dry out, materials sometimes will stick to it. That soft tissue, as it decomposes, forms a little bit of a glue-like substance. So there were just a little bit of residual decomposed tissue that had dried around the edges of that bullet and caused it to basically be loosely stuck there. So it was not rattling around originally, which is why it was first noted on x-ray.
Did you observe any kind of an exit wound or damage to the opposite side of the inside of the skull as if the bullet entered the skull and hit the opposite side?
So although there were some fractures of the skull, there was no impact site that I was able to identify, nor that the anthropologist subsequently reported. There was no exit wound, and there was no obvious impact site.
Once you recovered the projectile out of the skull, what did you do with it?
That was packaged up and turned over to law enforcement.
Solid.
Showing you up the marked evidence of State's Exhibit M is in man. You open that up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents.
So the outer bag here has been previously sealed. It has some labeling on the outside that appears to be related to law enforcement's numbers.
Oh, right in the scissors.
Inside is a small envelope, and the envelope bears a medical examiner's office label and the medical examiner's office case number of 2018-0428.
Is that the medical examiner case number associated with this case?
It is, yes, and the original one of the evidence tape seals has my signature and the date of March 10th, 2018.
And is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected out of the skull? If you need to open it up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents of that package.
Sure. So within this envelope is a bullet or projectile, which appears to be consistent with the same or substantially the same, appears to be substantially the same as the projectile that I recovered in March of 2018.
And I'm also showing you photograph 6 of States 19. Is that a picture that you took of the projectile you removed?
Yes.
This time State removed States M as in Mary into evidence for States 20.
Any objection? Without objection, State's M will be moved into evidence as State's number 20.
You said obviously the projectile would have entered through the back of the skull. Can you, beyond the projectile traveling back to front, are you able to determine the path of travel and with any other specificity?
Not definitively. One thing to kind of keep in mind when we're doing these examinations is that a typical bullet has two main profiles. The bullet is a little bit elongated and tends to have a rounded tip, like a little bit of a cone or a rounded cone shape. So when that bullet is facing directly at you, the profile is round. When it is off center or tangential at an angle, so we have perpendicular and we have a little bit of an angle to perpendicular. As it rotates away from perpendicular, it takes on more of an oblong or ovoid shape. So when that bullet enters the skin or skull, when we have a round hole, that tells us that the deviation is not dramatic from perpendicular, from a right angle, because if it is a fairly dramatic angle, then we have normally an oblong or irregular skull entrance. In this case, the skull entrance is rounded. However, because of the absence of the brain, in other words, I can't see the path of the bullet through the brain because there's no brain left, I can't say that it was perfectly perpendicular when it entered, only that there's no clear evidence that it was at a sharp or distinctly sharp angle away from 90 degrees.
During your examination of the brain, the skull, did you locate any other portions of the potential projectile in the brain?
Yes, so the X-ray also shows a few very small pieces or radiopaque fragments, basically fragments that show up the density of metal, which are typical. It's typical for a projectile to break off a little bit or small pieces. So there were additional pieces noted on X-ray.
Did you do anything with those additional pieces that were noted?
Not at that time.
Why not?
They appeared to be firmly embedded either in the bone or on the inside of the skull. So my options would have been to either try to open the skull to get at those, which would have deviated that skull from so-called pristine, or at least in the condition that I had it. And I wanted anthropology to look at that first.
Would it be common that if the anthropology lab noticed that they would, when they were finished, remove those items and send them back to you?
Yes.
Did you locate any finger or toenails in the remains that were provided to you?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 7 of stage 19. What does this show?
That is a sampling of fingernails or toenails that were recovered from the body bag, from the materials that were provided.
Photograph 8 of stage 19. What does that show?
Additional fingernails or toenails that were recovered.
And did you package those fingernails and toenails up in the 2 bags we've seen in the picture?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit O for identification. Can you open that up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the packages?
Sure. This is an additional paper bag that has some labeling on it that appears to be from law enforcement. The bag appears to be currently sealed. Within the bag.
Yeah, Joe, hard agree. That's what I was saying. Like this guy's actually critical to completely blow apart the defense's theory that a 7-year-old shot her father. I mean, the angle of that shot is going to have to be in a completely upward trajectory. And we know the problem with, from what I've heard, that the 7-year-old said at the time later, many years later, was that she shot she also shot her father in the head. So that's problematic because we know that he doesn't have 2 bullet wounds in the skull. So like I don't know how the defense is going to try to play that thing, but like what she said was she said, and there was no putting that toothpaste back in the tube once it was out there. So
Bag are 2 small envelopes bearing the medical examiner's office labels and case number of 2018-0428. And my signature is on the seals.
You know, those up and try and recognize it.
Sure. So within our dry material that appears to be the same or substantially the same fingernail toenails in one of them. As well as the second one.
This time, state would move state's O into evidence is 21, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Without objection, state's O will be admitted into evidence as state's number 21.
Now, Doctor, in case I asked a bad question earlier, you mentioned that you found the projectile that you recovered as well as some projectile fragments that were embedded in the skull.
Yes.
You're not saying that those are from 2 separate projectiles, are they?
Correct. It's consistent with just being from a single projectile. The projectile that was recovered is partly deformed, and during the course of deformation, it is possible that a portion of that metal broke off during the course of entering the skull or impacting the skull.
Is it common for when a projectile hits a hard object like a skull to fragment or break apart?
Yes.
You've seen that a lot of times in your career, haven't you?
Many, many times. Yes.
You mentioned the anthropology lab a few minutes ago. Were these human remains that were brought to the medical examiner's office packaged up and sent to an anthropology lab?
Yes.
And how are they packaged up and how are they sent?
So originally they were packaged either in a box or bag and physically brought by our investigator to the Pound lab. So Investigator Griffiths drove them up on, I'm just referring to the investigator's report, which is part of the medical examiner case file. On March the 22nd, those were received by, I'm also referring to the anthropology report, March 22nd of 2018. They were transported up by Investigator Griffiths. Later that day, still on March 22nd, the lab contacted us back and said that a femur was available to be returned to us.
Get into the femur in a second. Where was this lab located that the remains were transported to?
The lab is associated with the University of Florida, so they're in Gainesville.
You mentioned the term Pound lab. What is that?
So it often just gets called the, quote, Pound lab, but it's the CA Pound Human Identification Laboratory. So it's sometimes also called CAPHIL, but it is a lab that is associated with the University of Florida.
And they do their own analysis. You're not a part of that analysis, right?
That's correct. We provide them information that we have, the investigative information that we have, and we'll discuss the case, but they do their own analysis of the bones themselves.
You said a few minutes ago that the Pound lab people sent you back the femur.
Yes.
First of all, what's a femur?
So a femur is the major bone of the thigh. So between the hip and the knee, that big bone is called a femur.
And what was the purpose of you getting the femur back?
So the plan at that time was to take that that bone, release it to law enforcement, and law enforcement would then send it to a laboratory for DNA analysis, for mainly for identification purposes. Excuse me.
Is the femur a good source of DNA for some reason?
It is a common source, and the longer that a skeleton has been out, the more bone sometimes is needed to do an analysis. And I don't perform those analyses, so I can't comment on exactly what they need, but it is common for them to ask for either a piece of bone or the entire bone. And again, they usually have better results if they're able to look at the entire bone and not have to go back and forth with us to get more bone later.
So the plan, you guys are going to get the femur back, and that femur is going to be sent to the Department of Law Enforcement in whole for DNA analysis.
Correct.
Okay. How did the femur come back to your office?
So that was packaged up at the Pound Lab on the 22nd. We received it by FedEx on the 23rd, March the 23rd, and then I examined it, or it was examined. The package was examined, I believe, on the 24th, March 24th of 2018.
Take photos of that piece of evidence and things like that.
Yes.
Showing you photograph 9 of states 19. What do we see here?
So this is the FedEx package label, and up in the upper left-hand corner, maybe a little bit difficult to see, but in the upper left-hand corner is a handwritten date of March 22nd, 2018, which is the date that they informed us they were packaging that item up. And then towards the bottom, you can see another label that is typed. It says 23rd of March, which is part of the FedEx, shipping identification labels.
You said you got it the 24th of March?
We received it, I believe, on the 23rd. It may have been late in the day.
And photograph 10 of states 19. What do we see here?
So this is the outside of the box. This is the outside of the box that contained the femur. This is actually, I believe, after we repackaged it, because you can see the date there of the 24th, where it had been resealed in order to be released to law enforcement.
Photograph 11 is the bottom.
Yes, that's one side of the box.
Okay. When you opened the box, when you received it from the Pound Lab and opened it up, what was inside?
A femur, and it was packaged and sealed. There was an additional seal on the inner bag packaging.
Okay. Was there also a letter inside from the Pound Lab?
Yes.
Does that basically just indicate they're returning the femur?
Yes. So this is our opening that box originally as it came to us from the Pound Lab, which included a very brief letter from the Pound Lab regarding their limited examination to that point.
And photograph 13 of states 19, what do we see as we get further into the box?
And that is the femur within packaging from the Pound Lab.
Photograph 14.
Additional image of the femur having been removed from that box.
And we see some writing on the bag. It says 3C18 bag 1 of 1. Do you know what that means?
3C18 is the Pound Lab case number for this case.
Okay. Did you eventually get a report from the Pound Lab?
Yes.
Did it have that same case number on it?
Yes.
Did the report also mention the femur was returned to your office?
Yes.
Does all that documentation clearly indicate the femur returned to you was the same femur that you sent to them?
Yes.
Okay. Photograph 15 of states 19. What does this show?
So this is that femur outside of the bag. The bag was open for us to take additional photos. Again, just documenting that it was in the same condition that it was when we had released it the previous 2 days earlier, I believe.
Photograph 16, is that just the other side of the femur?
Yes, we just rolled it over.
And photograph?
And that's the femur with that received packaging label.
Now, to your knowledge, was this femur sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for analysis?
That is my understanding, yes.
And was it eventually returned back to your office, the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
When was that sent back to you? Actually, a better question.
We did receive it back. I'm referring back to the medical examiner's investigative report on June 22nd, 2018. It was received back from Detective Dorier. to our office.
Was it still packaged in the same box that you sent it off?
Yes, that box had been repackaged and resealed.
Showing you photograph 18 of states 19. What does this show?
That is the box that we received back. And again, we can see at this point, we can see additional labeling has been added. You can actually see the original or the earlier March 24th number towards the bottom left of the image from when we had sealed it previously.
Now it has the yellow Florida Department of Law Enforcement sticker on it.
Correct.
And photograph 19,
That's a
law enforcement, or that's the Florida Department of Law Enforcement sticker.
yes.
And photograph 20, what do we see?
This is the femur inside that package, and we can see in this image at least two, or actually I believe three areas where bone had been removed for DNA purposes. One is toward the top of the image. Yep, one. There's actually a little piece that's missing on the ball at the very, very top of the image, a piece towards the upper quarter of the image, a piece towards the bottom, and in a different angle there's actually a fourth area that had been cut into, again, by the lab for the purposes of DNA.
Except for those areas of the femur that were cut away for purposes of DNA analysis by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, was the femur in the same, substantially the same condition as when you received it initially, when you sent it to the lab, when you got it back from the pound lab, and when you sent it to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, other than those areas, it appeared to be substantially the same.
Showing you what's the marked states exhibit P is in Paul. Does that box look familiar?
Yes, it does.
Same box we've been seeing in all these pictures?
It does appear to be, yes.
You open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents.
So the seals appear to be intact at this point. There's quite a lot of tape on it because of the repackaging, multiple repackagings. And within are some bags, including the bag with the pound number of 3C18, as well as the.
The same conditions when you last got it.
Yes, it appears to be, again, with 4 areas that have been cut into for the purposes of DNA.
This time statement of states exhibit P is in Paul, and the evidence is 22.
No objection.
Without objection, states, this is states number 22.
And with the court's permission, may the doctor just publish the femur to the jury showing the areas that were cut away.
Granted.
So this is the femur, the front part of the femur, the back part of the femur, and we can see an area that's been cut away in the ball or head of the femur, an area here on the proximal shaft, the upper part, an area on the distal shaft down here, and an area down here basically at the knee.
And none of those areas were present when you first saw the femur, correct?
Correct.
So it's not like those were caused by some kind of trauma or gunshot wound or anything.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Did the medical examiner's office eventually receive all of the bones and the human remains back at your office from the pound lab?
Yes, we did.
You mentioned earlier that during your x-ray you saw those projectile fragments from that projectile embedded in the skull, and you didn't do anything with them.
Correct.
Were those fragments removed by the anthropology lab and sent back to you?
Yes.
And how were they packaged?
They were separately packaged with the remains that came back to us.
Showing you photograph 22 of states 19. What does this show?
So that is a bag with the fragment within it that has the Pound Lab case number 3C18, and you can see that it's sealed at the top.
Photograph 23 of states 19. What does this show?
That is upon initially removing the fragment that they recovered.
And did you actually remove it?
Yes, I would have removed it from that bag.
What happened when you removed it after you?
So between taking that photograph and turning it over to take an additional photograph, it fragmented.
Just broke apart?
It just broke apart. Gentle manipulation, it's just a very small, thin, brittle piece of metal in that case.
Showing you photograph 24 of states 19. What do we see here?
So that's the same fragment that unfortunately had broke apart during manipulation and prior to repackaging.
Showing you what's been marked as states exhibit N as in Nancy. Can you take a look at that item, open it up, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
Yeah, so it's currently there's a outer plastic bag which has an evidence label, a court evidence label on it. Within that bag is a manila envelope which has the medical examiner's office label and case number of 2018-0428 on it. My signature is present on one of the seals. And within there are fragments that appear to be substantially the same as the last image taken and displayed on the monitor there.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move N as in Nancy into evidence as 23.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Without objection, states N will be moved into evidence as states number 23.
During the course of your autopsy, did you examine all of the bones that were provided to you?
Yes.
Except for that single gunshot wound to the back of the skull, did you locate any other trauma to either the skull or any other bones you examined?
Not that would be considered trauma at or around the time of death, or we call perimortem trauma. There was some damage to some of the ribs. However, that was interpreted as post-mortem trauma.
Meaning after death?
Meaning after death.
So did you locate any evidence of a chip or a break in any of the other bones as a result of trauma, either being struck or another gunshot wound or something like that?
No.
All right, at this time, we're going to allow the jurors a comfort break. So break for about 10 minutes.
It's
Okay,
comfort
thank you.
break
We're in
time.
recess.
It's comfort break time. It's meditation time.
Anybody who can name that movie, Cameron's going to send him a sticker. I think I should put Cameron on merch. Cam, I'm going to have to put you on merch. Like I never want to offer to give away stickers because I suck at mailing stuff. So, it's like, oh my God, I have to go to the post office and mail things. It's not my strong suit. Not my strong suit. Cam, merch maven. Yeah. Woo. Merch maven. So what do you guys think so far? I mean, this guy's critical. He's an absolutely critical witness for the state. I mean, his testimony alone is really what can blow apart the defense's whole theory. But again, I don't know how many statements were made by the child. And if you're wondering, I know what her name is. I prefer not to name her because she's still a minor. I don't need to be putting her name out there out of respect for her. But like it seems as if there's been a couple few statements out there. I guess it's going to depend on, and they exist in the world. Like I have definitely read that she made a statement that she shot and fired, the projectile went into Michael's head. And from what I've heard is that they claimed when they put the beef on Jeremy Townsend that he also was said to have shot him in the head, which would mean that there would be 2 gunshot wounds to the head. That does not seem to be the case per this gentleman here. So that's a problem. That's a problem for the defense, and that's a very good thing for the prosecution. So I don't know. This is a huge witness. To be honest with you, I'm trying to think of how many more witnesses they can have. I mean, we've kind of like established the timeline. They've done their best. We've had the proof of life witnesses. They've done their best that they can to try to establish a range in which they believe that the homicide occurred. They have covered the discovery of the remains, the search of the home. They've had some of the family that was receiving the various messages testify. I mean, I guess maybe like a phone, we know there's going to be another cop that's going to be getting into the phone data. Yeah, the financial stuff does. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh, Cambo, where you going? Oh, all right. I always take an iced coffee. You know how I get it. I get it. That oat milk, splash of oat milk, 2 squirts of the sugar-free vanilla. Woo! Easy ice. I like more coffee than ice. It's my thing. It's my thing. So it's great for Cam when I decide to put in on the order because it means that we end up paying for it. So ah, love you, Bugs. Good hangs. What a pleasant surprise to have you in here. Finally. So good. I'm gonna have her on live. Like I was gonna put her on today, but I could tell like she didn't come down, poke her head in. She'll want to be camera ready for that. That I guarantee you. She'll crush the game. You guys are probably gonna be like, yeah, you know what? We have decided that Cam should be the new host. You guys are gonna be calling for Cam Alleys. Bob, you're out. Out. You're fired. Fired, Bobo. I'd be okay with it, I'll sit in the background. Hang, lurk. All the lurk. I do not blame her. I'd be running the same move. What do you think she got the move? Same move. Hopefully she picks my dad up something to eat. He's probably down there starving. Poor guy. Poor guy. So yeah, so medical examiner and forensic. Okay. Yeah. Let's see what else we got. I mean, who else can you guys think of? Financials? I mean, was that the motive here? Was that the motive? Like what was the financial gains here? Like we all know, like we discussed this. I think that there was a $500,000 policy, correct? But you got to wait it out. Like if somebody goes missing, insurance companies just aren't paying on claims. Like, dude, like you're saying he's alive down in Georgia. How do you think we're paying out on the claim? It's like, so for as long as she has that out in the ether in terms of pretending like he's still alive by texting and messaging people, like trust me, claims adjusters, they ain't trying to pay. Their job is to not pay. So they're going to dig. And if you can't produce a death certificate, you're not getting paid on jack shit. So I don't know. I don't know if that's the motive. I mean, I think like in Illinois, I think it's 7 years you have to be missing before they declare you deceased. So I don't know. Yeah, the whole indigency thing, like I like Dizzy kind of explained it to me when we were on our break in terms of her, like this guy's definitely a paid lawyer. Like there's no way a public defender cannot go and solicit funds. I mean, we can't like I'm surprised as a private attorney, he hasn't gotten dinged by whatever the disciplinary committee down in Florida is called for going and putting out like a YouTube hat in hand, asking for fees, asking for people to donate for fees. That is like stinks. It's creepy. Never do that. You know, like so, like I knew right then he couldn't have been a PD. Like you're fired immediately. You can't get paid on top of your salary as a public defender. So that wasn't a thing. So oh yeah. Oh, Nancy, did you watch the whole thing? Like I fast forwarded through wigs. I just wanted people to get the taste of Laurie there. So like we fast forwarded through wigs. He's you know what he gives me? He gives me like a mortician vibe. Like he seems like a dude who would own a funeral home. Like that's what he reminds me of, his personality. Like, oh, our most affordable receptacle is Bobby. So our most affordable. Yeah, like he's just, I don't know. He gives me a weird vibe, that guy. I had asked Sheba had thrown something up about that I don't know. I don't know if there was clarification about what exactly they were talking about. I kind of thought that. I kind of thought like he's on there hat in hand begging for money. Uh Brooklyn, you ain't that guy. You ain't that guy. You ain't that guy. That dude, he reminds me like there's a character in a show that like that was a funeral director, mortuary guy that he really reminded me of. Um, yeah, I mean it's true. It's like they're two of the most dreaded things, right? I think you guys are probably a little more dreaded. You know, it's just like yeah, it's I'd have to say that you guys are probably the most dreaded hire, you know, because of the finality of it. Just the huge amount of sorrow that's involved in your business. I mean, our like I always say, you know, being an attorney, especially a criminal defense attorney, is you're just dealing in sorrow. It's just miserable, just dealing with miserable people going through the miserable situations. Um, yeah. Oh, you talking about with the video? Does she play the whole part with wigs? Oh man. Like I watched it personally, but I couldn't subject the chat to it. Like they didn't need to see it. They just I wanted them really to get the flavor of Lori more than wigs. Like we'll get plenty of wigs during the trial. That was kind of my thought process on it. More wigs than we can handle. Get her full of wigs. Full fill of wigs. Um yeah, like 6 feet under didn't really like yeah, Haunting of Hill House was more like I mean, you had some great characters in 6 Feet Under, which was, if you have never watched it on HBO, phenomenal, phenomenal show. One of my favorite shows of all time. And I would argue one of the greatest final episodes of all time. The way that they shut that thing down was brilliant. Like Claire driving down the high, like everything's like her life was flashing before her eyes. It was great. Touched on everybody, saw into the future. I loved it. I loved it. It was so good. So good. Yeah, it really was. It was just a great ending. Like I'm on a different vibe with people. A lot of people did not like the Sopranos ending at all. Like tried to rank it up there with just disappointing endings like Seinfeld. It wasn't that. Like I loved the ending. I love the open. Like I don't need necessarily a neat bow tied, tidy ending for a series like The Sopranos. I like that it was left open. I loved the concept of interpretation on that. I thought it was phenomenal. I thought it was phenomenal. I've read people that have done theses on that ending, like where they were just talking to like it was amazing, like with the point of view and the bell ringing, trying to analyze whether or not Tony Soprano was killed in the end. Because I had read that uh that David Chase had wanted to that he went to HBO and he says, I don't know. I didn't love the Breaking Bad ending. I didn't hate it. I just thought it was kind of like, you know what? And frankly, I thought that the ending to Better Call Saul, same writers, same amazing writers as Breaking Bad, was actually better than the Breaking Bad ending because it was like I loved Better Call Saul. If you loved Breaking Bad and you've never watched Better Call Saul, fix your life right now. Queue it up, get it in the queue, and it's like the same thing. It's that slow burn. It's that slow burn. Agreed, gamer. It's like it's just a phenomenal ending. I agree, Sheila. I thought Better Call Saul it's one of my favorite shows. It's one of my favorite shows. The Wire is always number one for me, followed by very, very, very closely by The Sopranos, followed very, very closely by Better Call Saul. And then like, top 10 someday, like we'll have to do like a little poll. Like, so I'm thinking when I'm going to start doing remember, I'm going to start the members only, Patreon only, evening episodes, but I want to make it early enough to where our folks on the other side of the pond can hang with us. So I don't want to make it too late. I want to try to do like y'all got to let me know over there like what's reasonable for you guys, because like those, yeah, I mean you can definitely replay them, but it's like I want to do those so that we're very interactive. I want it to be like just us hanging, shooting the shit, talking about all the stuff that we love to talk about in chat. It's what makes our chat the best. I mean, I feel like, Linda and coffee time, like giving y'all like I'll just mention something and I'll watch the chat go. Here's it's coffee time. Yeah, and you guys, you just run with it. Like I just need to give, yeah. I loved 6 Feet Under. Shows to start watching. Silo was great. Severance was great. Tehran was great too. Like Apple TV just puts on quality stuff. It's like as far as series go, I mean HBO is the king only because of catalog. I mean Apple TV is new-ish. But in terms of, yeah, I mean Lost its way. It jumped the shark. Like they didn't know how to end it. They had no idea how to end that show. So disappointing. Oh my God. Wait a second. Is Handmaid's Tale done? Is Handmaid's Tale done? Done. Like, is it over? The series is over? And when did the last season come out? Because I love Handmaid's Tale. I loved the book before I loved the series, and the series did it justice. Yeah, we Dexter jumped the shark. That was another jumping the shark towards the end. Couldn't do it. Californication, I loved all the way through. Weeds was great. Oh yeah, that's what I thought. I thought that Handmaids had one more season to go too. All right, good. Show is so good. So good. And it's so funny. Like I have so many friends that are like, dude, it's like because they I'd read Margaret Atwood's book, which is like this thick, it's like, but it's brilliant. And like all my friends were like, when I was trying to convince them, I'm like, no, dude, like, that the picture that they had of her in like the red garb with the headwear, like just was like everybody was like, dude, like that, whatever it looks like, I'm like, nah, I'm like, forget about that. I'm like, it's an amazing show. It's like some dystopian nightmare shit that like feels like we're on the precipice of it in real life. It's like it's kind of like what I feel about the Terminator and Skynet, with like that being prophetic with respect to AI. Like that's how I feel about Margaret Atwood, and her ability to kind of see into the future here. But that's why the women, y'all need to unite. Y'all need to unite. It's like you got the numbers. You got the numbers. You need to bounce the men out of power. I've said this a million times and I mean it. Like, y'all know I got daughters. I'm with women. I am 100% with women. So it's like the men have had their run. I'm done with dudes running shit.
Apparently, they are able to hear some of the discussions. I don't know to what extent at your table. So if you have discussions at your table, please press the mute button.
He's here? No?
There should be a red button on the microphone.
Oh, well, does it stop?
I do not know, sir.
You have to hold it down.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So
I got you.
I was just informed during the recess that
Very well.
the discussions were being picked up to some extent.
Very well. Thank you, Judge.
Yes,
There
sir.
you go.
All right.
There
Are we
we
ready
go.
for the jurors? Okay. Please call in the jury. Thank you.
Somebody's going to be going watching YouTube tonight. See exactly what could be heard. And we said a bunch of terrible shit.
And if you'd
I
like
mean, I
to.
called him Cecil the Turtle, but beyond that, we haven't been too hard on him. We've been much harder on other attorneys, typically defense attorneys. I feel like he'll be okay if he lands on our channel to watch the stream. LAURIE, though, oof. She might not want to watch our stream. She might want to avoid our stream. She might want to avoid Brandy's too. I don't know how many options she has. I'm gonna have to eat some shit. Oh yeah, no doubt about it, Brooklyn. That's what I was saying. I'm like, as soon as she catches
Please be
wind of
seated.
this, come with a motion for the mistrial. Or she's just gonna make it
See
orally.
that all the jurors have returned after recess. Thank you again for your attention today. Please proceed.
Just a few more questions for you, Doctor. I think when we left off, you indicated that you saw no
Oh, Chris.
indication at all from your analysis of all of the bones in the
I
skull.
mean, she's
of
snarky.
any
We all
other
know and love the Brits.
trauma, injury, other
Zilla don't
gunshot
play
wound,
with
except for
that
that single gunshot wound to the back of the skull, correct?
Correct. No other perimortem injury that would be related to the death.
You mentioned that there were some fractures in the skull around that gunshot entrance wound. Were those fractures caused by that single gunshot wound entrance?
Yes.
We see on TV, CSI, that Abby from CSI can tell you that these bones were buried on this date, this month, this year. Is that real?
No, unfortunately.
Are you able to do that?
No.
Are you able to determine, and with great generality, when, based on the condition of the bones, they would have been buried?
To a very limited extent with very broad potential ranges.
And what are those ranges or parameters?
Well, again, it depends on the individual case. So in this particular case, I would have to depend really on the anthropology examination because they deal with primarily bones.
Question to ask them?
It probably would be a better question to ask them because they can go into detail as to how they came to that.
Fair enough. Did you determine the cause of death in this case?
Yes.
What was the cause of death of Michael Shaver?
In my opinion, gunshot wound of head.
And what did you determine the manner of death to be?
In my opinion, homicide.
Thank you, Doctor. No other questions, Charlie.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, may it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bailiff, if you could move the screen aside, please. afternoon, Dr. Shaw.
Afternoon.
Pleasure seeing you.
You too.
You recall me taking your deposition some time ago?
I do.
Okay, we did that by Zoom, I believe, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, I gained certain information from you. And part of that information I was able to glean, was it not, that you rely on multiple sources to conduct an investigative autopsy such as this?
Sure. As part of the process of coming to an opinion of cause and manner of death, I pieced together lots of information from lots of different sources. Part of that is the autopsy, but there are other things.
You use reports such as police reports, incident reports, correct?
When those are available, yes, or discussions with law enforcement.
Okay, so you usually look to law enforcement. You have somebody inside doing investigative work, correct?
When you say inside, you mean inside the
medical examiner's?
That's correct. So the medical examiner's office itself, we have our own investigators that do investigation as well.
Okay. And you rely on other reports generated in other agencies, such as the pound, as you discussed in this case, correct?
Sometimes, yes, certainly as it applies to this case.
So it's not just your opinion you're relying on the opinions and conclusions of other individuals, correct?
I bring together as much information as I possibly can to reach my opinions and my conclusions.
Yeah, that's just a yes or a no question. You rely on other people's conclusions as well.
I also rely on additional information. It's not always their conclusions, but it's sometimes their interpretations.
Okay. You rely on dental examinations, FDLE reports, correct?
For certain parts of the investigation, yes.
We know you relied on other documents and reports in this case, correct?
Yes, there were additional reports that were generated in this case that, again, add into the totality of the information for the case.
Okay. We know our discussions, it takes you about an hour or so to do one of these investigations, correct?
About an hour or so to do the autopsy or the physical examination of the bones, and it varies a good bit depending on the nature of the case. But for an examination of bones, it might take on the order of an hour, especially if they are already clean and dry.
An hour or two, correct?
Roughly,
That's
yes.
a fair statement.
Sure.
And in this case, when you received the bones that you did this autopsy upon, they were in a skeletal state, correct?
Yes.
There was no soft tissue on the body, correct?
Correct.
The internal organs had deteriorated, correct?
Correct.
So any injuries to the internal organs were not visible, correct?
Correct, because those organs were no longer present. They had decomposed.
Correct. So you don't know the degree of any combat or any altercation that occurred and by looking at other evidence, correct?
Correct, in the sense that there is no soft tissue to examine in this case.
Correct. Now, you'd spoken about the gunshot entry wound. Where was that located?
In approximately the middle of the back of his head.
Okay, and it's my understanding from our previous discussions, you were unable to determine whether the person was sitting or standing, correct?
Correct.
You weren't able to line up and figure out where or not anybody had approached the subject, correct?
Correct. Those are issues of the circumstances of the death.
Okay.
And there's no anatomic finding that tells me in this case
Okay.
his position.
You weren't able to discern the height of the individual that had engaged Mr. Shaver, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was the skeleton in full state? Were there broken portions of it?
It was almost complete, but it was disarticulated.
Did you reconstruct the skull?
The skull was actually almost completely intact. There were fractures, but it had not come apart at that point. During the examination at the Pound lab, there was some separation of those fracture lines, but it was almost complete to my recollection. There may have been some small pieces above the orbits on the inside that were absent, but the majority, certainly the outer part of the cranium, was almost complete.
Okay, do you have 23? The fragments on your table, or does the clerk have them? Clerk have them? Mr. Buxton says it's good. Here it is. Okay. Department Approach, Jack.
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's in evidence, I think, is 23, correct?
Yes.
Are those the fragments that you testified to?
These are the additional small fragments that were recovered by the Pound Lab
Okay. And those were located in what portion of the body?
in the skull.
Okay. Do you know where in the skull?
I don't know. I do not know precisely where. The X-rays showed one fragment that was most likely adhered to the inner table, but there was a fragment that was very close to the entrance wound. I'd have to refer to their report for exactly where they recovered that fragment. So the particle of radiopaque material that they ultimately recovered was associated with the entrance defect. So it's basically right at that entrance fracture. Basically, a portion of the projectile split off and basically went into the bone as it was entering the skull.
Okay. There was no soft tissue in the neck, correct?
Correct.
There was no analysis of any entry potential through the neck region, correct?
Not through the soft tissue because there was no soft tissue to examine. The bones, however, were.
Were there any meteorological tests done on the metal itself to connect it to the remaining fragment?
Not by me.
Okay.
Basically, those fragments are turned over to law enforcement for any.
Do you know whether or not you received any report data dealing with that subject?
I did not receive any report data to my recollection. I have not been presented any such report. However, we normally wouldn't get such a report if such existed.
Okay. So when you say that the death was caused by homicide and it was caused by one wound, you're unable to testify with all certainty whether or not there was any other injury to any internal organ or an entrance through a neck or another region through soft tissue, correct?
Correct. So if there was an additional injury or injuries that were solely through soft tissue and did not involve bone, then I would have no way of knowing about those.
Very well. Now, this may sound kind of a silly proposition in one respect, but when you do an autopsy, you don't have, particularly absent any brain or other soft tissue in the body, you don't know whether or not this man was suffering from any kind of psychological issues, correct?
So even during a regular autopsy, generally we cannot infer a psychiatric illness from the autopsy findings alone. That depends on the preceding history, medical history or other history that would give us most of that information. We can infer an element of brain damage, but that's not the same as saying someone has a psychiatric disorder.
So really the autopsy is limited to the physical structure. It doesn't entertain any consideration about the circumstances how the individual was shot, correct?
So there's more than one component here. So the autopsy itself, yes, we're looking at the anatomic or physical findings, and sometimes we can correlate those with history and circumstances or scene findings and those kinds of things. But the autopsy itself is focused primarily on gathering anatomic physical data that we can then look at and try to correlate with the remainder of the case.
And in the report that you constructed in this case, there's a section that deals with death information, and I think it was noted visual, correct?
I'm sorry, could you?
The date of death, it was just defined really based on information other people had supplied, correct?
So there is no specific date of death on the autopsy report. Instead, we have what's called a date found. So that's the date he was actually located.
Okay.
Now, you may be referring to the investigator's report, which may have a date of death present. Any such date, in fact, it has when he was originally found as the date of death, being March 9th, 2018. So that's date found. That's not intended to be the date. It's not an opinion of when he actually died.
There were no burn marks on the body or the structure, correct?
Not that I identified, no.
Indicating it had been in a fire, correct?
Correct.
Was there any evidence that the body had been moved?
So the fact that the body was recovered buried is an indication that the body had been moved at some point. However, it's also true that it's possible that he received his fatal injury while within the grave somehow. But those findings are really based on the totality of the circumstances, not just the anatomic findings.
So you can't tell where Mr. Shaver was shot?
Correct. I can't tell where he was physically located at the time that he was shot.
Okay. Now, was there any, in your report, any indication of any injuries or damage to the teeth of Michael Shaver?
To the teeth?
Right.
Not to my recollection, but I will look through the odontology report briefly.
Right now, he's trying to get in front of the concept of a shot coming
No
from.
Noted perimortem injury, and there were evidence of restorations or dental work that had been done, and some of the teeth were missing. However, no known perimortem injury.
Okay, so there were some teeth missing, correct?
Yes.
You know, they've been broken, moving the body, post-mortem, pre-mortem.
Again, I am referring to the odontology and anthropology reports that also involve the teeth. I would have to review the photographs to say as to which were missing post-mortem versus which were missing ante-mortem. Basically, the difference there is that if a tooth goes missing or falls out or gets knocked out, say years before death, then the bone tends to heal over and there's no socket left. Whereas if the bone falls out at the time of death or after, then there's an empty socket there. It is very, very common for teeth to fall out in the decomposition or skeletonized stage because there's no soft tissue still holding those teeth in place. So a little bump sometimes can knock those loose.
Could they be loosened or knocked out, transporting the body?
It's possible.
Okay. And were there any missing teeth or damaged teeth?
Not injured or damaged teeth that I noted that would be considered perimortem injury around the time of death.
They're referring you to your report. I think it's 305. Is this your report?
No, this is the Pound Lab report.
Okay. Do they indicate, or is there any indication there of any damage to any teeth?
I'm just going to read the page that you presented to me.
Okay. Let me direct your attention to your deposition instead.
Sure.
Okay? Page 45, if I can slide it to you. I want you to look on line 25.
Yes.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection?
So just reading from that, line 25 says absence of teeth number 1, number 16, number 17, and number 32 due to loss/extraction or agenesis, meaning, just for interpretation, that those were removed or absent well before death. And just looking just above that, I was referencing the anthropology report. So it's in there somewhere.
Okay. So there's some missing teeth, though, correct?
Sure.
Now, when you use the word postmortem, you're talking about after death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you assess that issue and reach in any conclusions whether there was any postmortem damage to the body or injuries?
There were some injuries to the ribs that were postmortem. Again, that depend largely on the anthropology report for that.
Tell me what the postmortem injury to the ribs was.
So I'm turning to page 4 of 23 of the anthropology report. At the bottom of that page, there's a section called postmortem damage. And within that, they describe postmortem breakage of multiple ribs. I can read that report if you'd like me to, or
I have your deposition here.
okay.
If you'd like to refresh your recollection on page 46, line 8, 9, and 10.
So reading from the highlighted section of 8, 9, and 10, quote, it says there is postmortem breakage on multiple 9 ribs, comma, okay. Oh wait, that's your question. That was the question from you. My answer was yes.
Okay. So there was injury to the ribs after death,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And that postmortem injury to the ribs, could that be associated with transporting the body from one location to another?
So the interpretation or the determination of whether an injury is post-mortem or not depends on a few different things. I largely would depend on the anthropology consultant to address those issues, but the most common finding that I see that distinguishes an antemortem or perimortem injury from a clearly postmortem injury is a difference in coloration of the break. So if an injury occurs around the time of death, then the surface of the broken bones, the broken edge, will have basically the same coloration as the rest of the surface of the bone because it's going through the same process. It's being exposed to the same environment. Whereas a bone that fractures post-mortem or well after that is usually a lighter color because it's cleaner. It hasn't been exposed to the same processes, it hasn't been exposed to the elements the same way or the decomposition process the same way. However, in this particular case, again, I would depend on the anthropologist to distinguish precisely what they meant by the postmortem breaks. They do describe within their report that the margins of at least some of the breaks are lighter in color than the surrounding bone. So for this to occur during the manipulation phase or the phase of moving a body, it would most likely be well after death. In other words, far enough after death for there to be a difference in the environmental exposure. So probably not hours, but probably a much longer time frame.
Okay. Would it create a difference in the color of the ribs?
If that postmortem interval is long enough before that secondary post-mortem break occurs.
Was there any findings that there was any difference in the coloration of the ribs to suggest there was post-mortem damage to the ribs?
Yes, that's how again, I'm referring to the anthropology report here.
That's fine. And I know when I spoke with you with your knowledge independent of the report.
Sure. So within their report, they describe the margins of the fractures or the breaks in the bone are lighter in color than the surrounding bone, which is an indication of being separated in time.
Right. So there was an indication that sometime past the death of Michael Shaver, there should have been, or there could have been movement in the body, correct?
Yes.
To account for that discoloration or difference in color on the ribs, correct?
Well, something caused the break. So the difference in color is where the break is, that newly exposed break point. It's lighter in color because it hasn't been exposed to the same things as the rest of the bone.
And there was on rib number 9, there was a break mid-shaft, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this would indicate could occur possibly by movement of the body as well, correct?
At some point, yes.
Okay. And there was damage to the sternal ends of the ribs as well as to 4, 8, 18, and 10, correct?
Right ribs 4, 8, and 10. Yes.
Okay. And what that means is that the ends of those portions of the ribs that was fractured was not subject to the same environment as the first of the bone around it, correct?
Of the unfractured bone around it, correct.
Correct. And that would indicate damage to the body after death, correct?
At least damage to that rib, yes.
Correct. When you use the word paramortem, that you're using that word or phraseology to refer to injury at or around the time of death, correct?
Yes.
And in examination of the body and the records, you discovered that the body had what are referred to as buccal fractures, correct?
During my review of the anthropology report, they described that, yes.
Mm-hmm. And a buccal fracture is where one side of the rib breaks or fractures and not the other, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah, where the body would be the ribs would be of the same tension or tenderness, correct, throughout.
But it basically means that there's two sides of a rib, and one side buckles or fractures, whereas the other side doesn't show anything.
And that usually occurs at the time or about the time of death, correct?
Again, although that usually is the case in this particular case, is interpreted by the anthropologist. Again, I'm depending on their report, that because the fracture margins are a different color, they interpreted that as post-mortem.
Okay. So that would occur after death indication, correct?
By their interpretation, yes.
Correct. Does the composition of the soil impact any coloration of the bones?
Although I believe it can, I'd have to defer to the anthropologist in that case.
Okay.
That question.
Have you ever seen a body in one soil and it ingrains within it or pulls within the bone itself, the composition of the soil creating the coloration in the bones themselves?
I would only speak to coloration, not to composition.
That's what I mean.
But yes, coloration, if the surface color of the bone is generally going to be closer to the surface color of the soil that's on it. However, there's a lot of different things that can potentially go into that and alter those things.
Okay. Do you know if there was any analysis of the soil composition that the body had been recovered in?
Not that I know of, but I wouldn't normally know that.
Okay. Well, you received reports from other agencies, police reports and the Pound and FDLE, et cetera. Did you receive any report from FDLE analyzing any soil compounds?
I was not presented with a report when these materials were provided to me later. I received these materials after I moved on from the District 5 Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. And it's your position that the body may have been dead for months to several years, correct?
That I would defer to the anthropologist in that case. However, for an individual to be completely skeletonized and dry, normally that would be at least several months, if not longer, from my personal experience.
Did you ever make a statement contrary to that?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. Show you page 41 of your deposition, given on line 18.
Line 18 is the question, so that's from you. So their conclusion was the body has been dead several months to several years, correct? Answer, that's how I interpret that, yes. So that's my interpretation of how it was presented in the anthropology report, which I deferred to.
So as Mr. Buxman asked you, as you said here, offer your scientific opinions and statements. You don't know how long the body had been in the ground, correct?
Not precisely, no.
Okay. And any statement took by law enforcement would be their conjecture on outside evidence, correct? Not scientific evidence.
They'd have to address where they're getting that information,
Right.
if they're being specific.
After your report, did you speak to law enforcement ever again?
Yes.
Okay. Do you speak with the state?
Yes, I'm sure I did at some point.
Okay. Refer you to your deposition, page 52, line 20.
Mr. Wiggs, can you show us the deposition that you have, because the deposition I have only has 27 pages.
All right, I'll show it to you.
So line 20 question.
Just one moment, please.
Yeah.
Do you,
Let me show it.
if the state could view the deposition before the witness answers.
That's one of the court reporters. Pages from the
Line 20 question. Did you speak with Mr. Camuccio at all? Answer from me about this case. Question. Yes, sir. Answer. I don't recall having done so. If I did, I don't recall. I certainly don't recall a lengthy conversation about this case. If I did, it was probably quite a long time ago.
Okay.
That was at the time of deposition. I did speak with them following deposition.
So prior to your deposition, and after the Shaver had been arrested, you hadn't spoken to the state again?
Not up to that point, not to my recollection, no.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
He's getting ready to wrap this witness.
Sold by the anthropology lab package sent to you. Those were metal fragments from a projectile, not skull bone.
We have switched to the redirect.
You also talked with Mr. Wiggs about some missing teeth, and you said that those missing teeth, according to the anthropology report, were antemortem, meaning they were missing prior to death.
Correct.
Okay. Finally, you talk a lot about the post-mortem rib fractures. And Mr. Wiggs is asking you if those could have been caused by the moving of the body, and you indicated that likely those were well after death because of the difference in coloration.
Yes.
Would it be unusual for a buried body to, when the body begins to decompose and the supporting tissue around the ribs starts to deteriorate, for that weight to cause rib fractures?
That would, to my understanding and my experience, that would not be unusual. I would defer to the anthropologist's experience with that as well.
Thank you, Doctor. No other questions.
All right, Mr. Wiggs,
Thank you, Judge.
may the witness be excused from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too. I believe this is someone else's.
Oh,
I think this is yours. And
State calls Dr. Samantha Coverly.
Good afternoon. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Please let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right. Please state your full legal name and spell your name as well.
Legal name is Samantha Whitney Coberly. The last name is spelled Coberly.
Okay. All right. And Samantha, Samantha?
Correct.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I am Dr. Samantha Coberly.
Where do you work now?
I currently am a forensic anthropologist contracting with the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency, Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hickam.
You live in Hawaii now?
Correct.
What do you do on a day-to-day basis with the POW?
We are tasked with identifying the unaccounted for service individuals who have been lost in past conflicts. So I am the forensic anthropology analyst doing the work there.
How long have you been doing that kind of work?
Since 2021. It's about 3.5 years.
Can you describe to the jury your educational background and training that allows you to do that job?
Yes. So I was at University of Florida for my PhD, graduated in 2020. I also have bachelor's degrees in criminal justice and sociology. In addition, I've taken numerous classes in forensic anthropology, as well as my experience at the Pound Lab and at Wichita State University, where I worked in that lab as well. And then I've worked several years now at the DPAA.
So before you worked where you do now, you worked at the Pound Lab at the University of Florida?
Correct.
What did you do there?
I was a forensic analyst. So what I would do is I'd be assigned a case. I would do the inventory, take photos, do any analysis that we have, which is biological profile, age, sex, ancestry, stature, any trauma analysis, time since death, pathology, antemortem that may help in identification, and all of that I would write in my report. At the time, I was also the lab coordinator, which meant I sessioned all the remains into the lab, and I coordinated with law enforcement and medical examiner offices.
Were you also an adjunct professor at UF?
No, I was an adjunct professor at Newman University.
I apologize. Thank you. Were you a part of any research programs in the area of anthropology?
Yes, so I've done a number of research primarily on gunshot trauma. My dissertation was on gunshot trauma to the postcranium, but I've also done work on gunshot trauma to the cranium, including looking at suicide versus non-suicide.
And the cranium is the skull?
Yes, just for kind of a vocab, the cranium is just the head without the mandible, and the skull is the mandible and the head.
Were you the recipient of any honors doing that type of work?
I got a number of awards to help me towards my dissertation on that, so yes.
Have you also done research presentations and received grants to do the type of work you've been talking about?
Yes, I presented a number of times at our national conference in various cities.
You've also been published?
Yes, I have published an article and hope to publish in the future.
When did you start at the Pound Lab in Gainesville?
2015.
You mentioned that the term forensic anthropology. What does that mean? What does it involve?
So anthropology is basically the study of people. It's very broad, very large study, and it's split into basically 4 groups. You have like cultural, which is living people, archaeology, the past, and then we have biological anthropology, which is study of the body. And forensic anthropology falls under that because we're looking at basically the skeleton in order to help with our identification and help us to determine what happened to the individual. So we're looking at that kind of branch of the anthropological field as a whole.
During your work at the Pound Lab in Gainesville, were you the author of various reports on different cases that involved remains being brought to the Pound Lab for analysis?
Yes.
Did you also go out to some of the scenes and assist in the excavation process?
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, I request permission to allow the witness to provide opinion testimony in the area of forensic anthropology.
Any objection?
No objection.
And without objection, the request is granted.
When human remains were delivered to the Pound Lab at University of Florida, were they assigned a unique Pound Lab case number?
Yes.
And how are those case numbers structured?
They are a alphanumeric case number, so they have a number, which is the month in which it was received, a alphabet letter, and that's the sequence in which they were received in the lab, and then another number, which is the year. So in this case, it'd be 3C18, and it was the 3rd case in the month of March in 2018.
I'll direct your attention to March 22nd of 2018. Did the Pound Lab receive some human remains that were excavated from a location in Lake County, and did those remains come from the 5th District Medical Examiner's Office at Leesburg?
Yes.
And who was the medical examiner associated with that case?
Dr. Shaw.
How did those remains get to or arrive at the Pound Lab in Gainesville?
They were brought to us with an investigator from the District 5 office.
And was there a unique medical examiner case number associated with those remains as well?
Correct.
What was that number?
2018-00428 or 2018-0428. It was written differently in different areas.
Okay. Describe the remains that were sent to you.
So the remains that got sent to us are a nearly complete skeleton in good condition. The remains did have some soil staining, brown coloration, but otherwise very little post-mortem damage with that. They also, at the time, were fully skeletonized with no odor of decomposition.
And what's the significance of being fully skeletonized with no odor of decomposition?
This means that several months had passed by that point. It's gone through the entire decomposition process, and sometimes that smell will linger for a little bit, so we know it's fully gone in that. But we also know that they're still in good condition because over time, bone does break down. We start to lose the cortical bone or the overlayer, you lose the ends of the bones, meaning it's still in good condition, but there has been fully decomped.
So in this case, the bones were still in good condition.
Yes.
And this may be an unfair question, but how long does it take bones to begin to deteriorate beyond the condition that you saw? Does that make sense?
Yes. So this is a complex question because it is very, very specific to a bunch of variables. Time of year, insect activities, soil acidity, all of that can affect these remains. I have seen remains here in Florida where you're looking at a decade and the bones are starting to break down and crumble. I've seen cases from Korea that are still beautiful. So it's very determinant on multiple conditions.
A lot of variables at play.
A lot of variables.
Is that why it's often difficult to give a precise date of when
Yes, that's why
the body was buried?
Yes, that's why we tend to give a pretty broad range.
Understood. You said that you received most of a skeleton. Were there some small bones that were missing from the skeleton?
Yes, predominantly in the hands and the body of the hyoid. These bones are pretty small, and ones like the ones in the wrist oftentimes can be confused with like stones.
Okay. What is a hyoid?
The hyoid is the one in your throat. So it's basically structured in there, and we found the greater wings of it, but not the body. So it's like the little U-shaped one that's in your throat.
You said those bones are very small and can
Yes.
sometimes be missed.
Yes.
Okay. Did those missing bones affect your ability to do an analysis in this case in any way?
No, we typically don't do analyses on these bones because they're so small, so we don't use them in biological profile. And I believe I have a statement in my report saying we can't determine trauma on those missing bones, but it's unlikely that they would have had.
We've heard a little bit about the femur bone in this case. Can you briefly describe what was done with the femur once you received it, what you did with it, and then when you sent it back?
So we received the femur, and I did a initial analysis on that. So what I did is I basically looked for any trauma, any pathology on it, both visually and microscopically. And then it was packaged in a bag and sent back with investigator Griffiths to be tested for DNA. We like to use bones that don't have any pathology or trauma on them when we send it for DNA. So this was an intact bone that got sent.
You saw no signs of trauma to the femur at all?
No.
And how did you determine that? Just by looking at it, or did you do some kind of microscopic analysis?
Both. Generally, gunshot trauma to the femur is fairly noticeable. It tends to, when it hits the shaft, kind of explode. But I wanted to be thorough, and it could have been like the bullet passed briefly, so I looked at it under the microscope as well.
Found nothing?
No, I did not find anything.
How was the femur packaged and then to be sent back to the medical examiner's office?
It was placed in a bag with our case number on it.
I'm showing you, we only have a few photos in this. I'm showing you SACE exhibit, photo 15 of SACE exhibit 19. What does this show?
That shows the femur that was sent back.
Is that your case number 3C18?
Yes.
Is that your handwriting?
That is.
Okay. And did you also send a letter to the medical examiner's office indicating,
Yes.
basically, here's your femur back?
Yes.
Based on your analysis of all of the bones and the condition of them, you said there's a lot of variables that play into this decision, but were you able to give a rough estimate of how long the body would have been buried?
Yes, I gave the estimate of several months to several years prior to arrival at the Pound Lab.
Were you able to tell the gender of the person that the bones?
Yes.
How?
I looked at the hip bones, which is one of the most diagnostic areas for telling male versus females. We have basically morphological or shape differences between the two. And looking at those, I was able to determine that the individual was male.
Were you able to tell the approximate age of the person?
Yes.
Well, first of all, what was the approximate age?
It was young to middle age.
And what does middle age mean?
Kind of like mid to late 30s, early 40s in that case.
That's middle
How do you
age.
determine that?
So age in adults is slightly more difficult than in children, because with children, we're basically looking at how your body grows and how your epiphyses or those growth plates fuse. The last bone to fuse in the body is your clavicle or your collarbone, and about your mid to late 20s. He was fully fused, which means we know he had hit that about late 20 mark. After that, we basically look at how your body kind of deteriorates over time. So we look at changes. In this case, I used a method looking at the pubic symphysis, which is the two hip bones, the joint there that kind of rubs on that. And when you're young, it's all nice and billowy and pretty looking. And then as you age, it gets worn down. And so using that, I was able to get kind of a age range for this individual.
Were you able to determine an approximate or a parameter of the height of this person?
Yes. Using, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
I used the bones of the legs because those are what contributes to the height the most. It was put into a discriminant function analysis, and I was given a height range. Looking at my report, it was a mean age of 66.1 inches, or about 5'6", with a range of 5'2" to 5'10". And we do a range because people can have different proportions to their bodies. They may have like a long torso and short legs, or long legs and short torso. So we like to give that range to get, and in this case, 95% of the population covered by this.
Are the remains consistent with being a male born on January 14th of 1982 and who had been killed and buried around November of 2015?
Yes.
Except for the skull that we'll talk about in a minute, did you find any evidence of trauma to any of the other bones that you examined?
No.
And how did you assess and look to determine if there was trauma?
I basically looked at every single bone in the body, one by one, to look if there was any fractures, any nicks, anything that could purportedly be perimortem trauma
Perimortem meaning what?
at time of death.
And when you said you looked at each bone, did you look at both visually and microscopically?
Yes.
Any evidence of any trauma to any of the bones except for the skull, which we'll talk about in a minute?
No.
If there would have been some kind of trauma to any of the other bones, would you have been able to see that based on the condition of the bones?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence of, let's say, animal activity on the bones?
No. Here in Florida, it'd be either carnivore or rodent. And with carnivore, you see like teeth punctures and the ends of the bones. Think about like how your dog would eat on a bone. You'd be missing those portions. And with rodents, they use dry bone to grind down their teeth. So you get these like parallel striations on the bones. And none of that was seen on the remains.
During the course of your analysis, did you take some photographs of the bones?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked previously been shown to the defense counsel as states AA. Do you recognize the photos in that exhibit?
Yes.
Come through and look at them for me. And generally, what do they show?
They show the perimortem trauma to the cranium.
Do they fairly accurately depict the trauma that you talked about to the cranium or the
Yes.
skull? That you
Yes.
described? Okay. This time, state will move AA into evidence as states. I'm sorry, I don't remember the next.
23,
23, Your Honor.
24. Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states A will be moved to evidence of states number 24.
24. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Explain to the jury the condition of the skull. I'm sorry, the cranium.
So the cranium was fragmented. We can say comminuted, which means there's more than 2 fragments at the time. So there was the fragments. And on the back of the head, the occipital was a pretty well-defined defect.
I'm showing you photograph 1 of states 24. Can you describe to the jury what you're talking about in light of what you just said?
So as you can kind of see,
If it'll help you step, with the court's permission, if the witness could step down and kind of demonstrate.
Certainly, you may move about the courtroom.
so we have a very well-defined, very circular defect here, and that is very typical of gunshot wounds. So it basically punctures in, and then we have associated with that is radiating fractures. So when it hits the cranium, it basically causes like a mini explosion, and the cranium fractures due to the high energy being spread throughout the cranium.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So here is the defect itself, a bone missing chip here.
That's okay. It's a touch screen. I didn't warn you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the fractures that we see surrounding that gunshot entrance wound, were they caused by the gunshot entrance wound?
Yes.
Those are separate injuries because it was hit or something to that effect.
Yes.
How do you determine that?
With lots of study of gunshot wounds,
Okay.
basically. So like I said, what happens is the energy when it hits radiates outwards. So this versus, say, blunt force trauma, you would see it basically an indentation. Think of like a baseball bat hitting a window. You have that smushed in appearance and kind of a spider web weaving. versus this where you have the fractures kind of radiating outwards.
And did you become aware that Dr. Shaw, the medical examiner, actually recovered a projectile from the inside of the skull?
I did not know that at the time and discovered that later.
Okay. That's all obviously consistent with what you found, though, correct?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 2 of States 24. What do we see here?
This is the internal surface of the cranium at that defect. And why this is important is this internal beveling here, which is just like bone chipping that goes throughout. That is what shows us that it was an entrance gunshot wound, and that it was a gunshot wound. This is basically textbook example of that. It's basically when the projectile hits, okay, like a funnel in there, and so the bone around that is chipped out. If it was an exit wound, that bone chipping would be on the outer surface.
Did you locate any kind of an exit wound?
No.
Okay. Did you locate some projectile or bullet fragments inside the skull?
Yes.
I'm showing you photograph 1 of States 24 again. Where were
They're gonna have to get a forensic ballistics guy, a trajectory guy. Like this, neither one of these 2 witnesses is gonna do it. They have to get somebody in there that sticks the dowel rods in, and like this is the angle. We could tell, like they've got to be able to. If they don't put a witness on to disprove that a 7-year-old fired that shot, my head's gonna explode.
those projectile fragments located when you look through the cranium?
There is one located right here, and then a couple that are not shown in this photo here, which were in the facial region,
How'd you find them?
visually and radiographically after I noticed it visually.
And showing you photograph 3 of stage 24. What do we see here?
So this is that loose bone that is right by the defect, and this is the piece of bullet that is right there, and it was removed during analysis and photographed.
And photograph 4 of stage 24. What do we see here?
So I radiographed a number of the fragments once I noticed the fragment articulated. This is that same fragment again. You can kind of see in this photo the radiopaque kind of darker white spot. That is a bullet fragment. And then this is part of the facial region, the kind of in your sinuses. And there was another fragment.
Is that all consistent with the single gunshot wound to the back of the head and the bullet fragmenting and where do you
Yes.
go? Okay. And by radiograph, is that basically an X-ray?
Yes.
What did you do with those fragments?
They were placed in a bag and returned to district hospital.
And showing you photograph 22 of states 19. Is this photo? What does this photograph show?
The bag that was returned in.
Okay. Does that also have your pound lab case number on it
Yes.
in your handwriting?
Yes.
Did you notice any other trauma? We've already talked about the other bones. Did any other trauma to the skull besides that single gunshot wound and the effects of that single gunshot wound?
No, all the trauma that was on the cranium could be associated with that defect.
Let's assume a second gunshot was fired into the same hole as the first. Just let's say that happened. Would you be able to notice that?
Yes.
How?
So think about all of the variables that go into the gunshot wound. Distance, angle of the person to the target, air resistance, did the bullet tumble? All of that affects it. If you're saying two separate shots managed to go through the same hole, means all those variables had to be identical. Even in cases where there's two gunshots, basically a colloquial term double tap, they tend to be oval shaped or figure 8 shaped defects rather than that perfect round hole.
And that's not what we have here. Okay.
Huge question. That was a huge question and a huge answer. That basically just destroys their 2-shot to the skull theory. And they never found a second projectile because obviously the 38 projectile did not make it through the brain and exit because there's no exit wound. So that would stand to reason the second shot, depending on the distance, of course, from where the shot took place. But that was a big one. That was a really, really big question there.
Yes, thank you. Did you see any evidence of blunt force trauma to the head?
No.
Just write this down. Okay. Did you notice some post-mortem injuries to the ribs in this case?
Let me check my report real quick. Yes, there's postmortem breakage on multiple ribs.
And number one, how do you know it's post-mortem, meaning after death?
Yes. So with postmortem, the breakage tends to be different, less right angles, less curvatures, but also in this case, we see color differences because I mentioned before the remains have been soil stained. They're brown in color. And when it breaks, those new break lines are the old color of the bone rather than the new color. So we can see those differences between the two.
When you say post-mortem, are you talking 10 minutes after death or months to years potentially after death?
Months to years. Basically, bone can remain green and greasy for a period of time after.
You said these bones were soil stained,
Yes.
but the areas of the post-mortem breakage to the ribs were not?
Yes.
They were a different color?
Yes.
Is that consistent with those ribs breaking after the body has been placed in the hole?
I cannot speak to that, but most likely yes, because it would have happened after decomp.
Okay, so the body would have had to have decomposed before?
Yeah.
I understand. So it's not like those rib fractures could have been caused by somebody moving a body and...
Unlikely, no.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I have no other questions. Thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Picking up on post-mortem,
Yes.
your position doesn't sound definitive as to all the ways in which post-mortem damage can occur to the ribs, correct?
Yeah, there's multiple ways in which postmortem damage can. However, if it was recent, I'm sorry.
Okay? It can occur multiple ways,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Okay. Moving the body can cause post-mortem damage, correct?
No, it's still within the perimortem interval. If it was within probably a couple weeks before that.
Okay. Say the body is moved after death. Can that cause injury or post-mortem damage to the ribs?
It can, but it will look like perimortem injuries.
Okay. Now, you received the body, or the body that you examined, it had been in a decomposed state, correct?
It was fully skeletonized when it arrived to us.
So you weren't able to analyze the body with any soft tissue upon it, correct?
Correct.
So logically, you weren't able to assess whether or not there was any injury or damage to the body in any other locations other than the fracture that you examined in the rear of the skull, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there was some limitations on your ability to really conduct and reach the conclusions that you have, correct?
I was basically basing it on skeletal analysis, correct?
Okay. Well, you're speaking about the bones and the condition of the body. You made a statement that the body could have been dead for several months to several years, correct?
Correct.
And then the state represented to you, was it consistent, the condition, with the body having been dead from November 17th
What's the guy
backwards,
laughing at?
correct?
What?
Can you rephrase that question?
The
Without
state
laughing?
used the date of November, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you gave an opinion on it, stating that the injuries or the body condition or the bone condition was consistent with the body having been dead from November 17th, I believe, backwards, correct?
I honestly don't understand your question, but
Okay. Could you date the date of death?
no, I'd have to give the range like I did.
Do you have any idea when the body, when Mr. Shaver died?
No.
Okay. So any representation, it died from this date backwards, you couldn't reach a conclusion on that, correct?
Correct. Correct.
Okay, one moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Have nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Any
That's
redirect?
it. That'll do it.
When Mr. Hill started his cross-examination, he was talking about the ways post-mortem injuries could have occurred. He said you weren't real definitive. You started to give an answer. What were you going to say?
So basically, like I mentioned, when decomposition happens, the bones don't just like automatically become brittle and
Yeah, he's great.
discolored from soil.
Great
That's a
witness.
process that takes a long time.
Measure
And
shit.
so there's a period of time, even when they're dead, that the remains will still act as if the individual is still alive. You'd get basically perimortem fractures, even though they happened after death. And we would see that. We would see that they had perimortem characteristics versus the ribs that I saw were very definitively postmortem. And like I said, they'd happened after a period of time because there was that color difference.
After decomposition process had begun
Yes.
and proceeded into the decomposition process.
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay. Talking about the decomposition
Come on,
process
dude.
and injury to the body post-mortem, the amount of force after death can affect the injury to the rib cavity, correct?
There could be force to that. Things like a cow stepping on the body, but it also could be just over time, your body just kind of falls apart.
The weight of the soil.
Yeah, the weight of the soil.
somebody stepping on the
Mhm.
soil, correct?
Even excavation could be.
So there's no really firm conclusion that you can reach as to when the damage was done to the ribs, other than this post-mortem, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any follow-up?
No, Your Honor. You can
Okay.
excuse me.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Will you return?
Yeah, come on up.
All right. Yeah, she was great. Great witness. The double tap question was phenomenal. That was really, defense didn't even touch it. There was nothing he could do with it. But the fact that the state asked that question cements the fact that there's definitely this contradictory theory that
Please call your next witness.
Edgar Perez.
Are you serious? Dude, I gotta go to Scout volleyball. I'm about to dust this. Like, he's going past 5? Let's go, bro. Been going since 7:45 this morning. Too long. Have to dip.
All right, good
I have to
afternoon.
let
Please
Izzy
come up
take
to the
the
witness
reins.
stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Jury's been in there too long, bro.
Please state your full name for the record and spell your name as well, please.
Yes, my name is Edgar Perez. That's Edgar. Last name Perez.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you,
Guys,
Your Honor.
got this
Please
million
introduce
bucks.
yourself to the jury.
Yes, my name is Edgar Perez, and I am currently employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Biology and DNA section of the Orlando Regional Operations Center.
How long have you worked there?
Approximately 17 years.
What do you do for them?
So currently I am one of the statewide assistant quality managers,
Well, there's
particularly
Phil.
over the biology and DNA discipline. But when I worked
There's
this case,
Phil
I was
Day.
a crime laboratory analyst.
What would you do as a crime laboratory analyst?
So my duties as a crime laboratory analyst include processing items of evidence for the presence of body fluids, such as blood, semen, or saliva, in order to try to determine a good source of DNA. Once I'm able to isolate one of these stains, I would take a portion of it through a DNA process to generate a DNA profile that allows me to include or exclude an individual as a donor to that stain.
Can you describe for the jury your educational background and training that allows you to do that job?
I have 3 Bachelor of Science degrees from the University of Central Florida, 1 in chemistry, 1 in molecular and microbiology, and 1 in biology. I also have a Master's of Science degree from the University of Florida in pharmaceutical sciences with a focus on forensic serology and DNA, and also a graduate certificate in forensic death investigation, also from the University of Florida.
Have you been permitted in the past to give opinion testimony in a court of law regarding DNA analysis?
I have.
How many times?
About 40 times.
DNA is kind of well understood at this point in time, but can you give the jury a very general, brief explanation of what DNA is?
Yes, DNA is an acronym, stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is a genetic blueprint that makes you who you are. You get half of it from your mother and half from your father, and that's what makes you very unique. It's found in virtually every single cell of your body, and it's very specific to you. Now, the fact that it's found in every cell in the body means that we could leave it behind pretty easily. And so it makes it useful forensically if you're able to obtain a piece of evidence, and then we can generate DNA profiles from it. Now, there are no 2 individuals in this world that have the same DNA profile except for identical twins.
Can you explain to the jury the general process that you go through when doing a DNA analysis? Say you get a piece of evidence, a known DNA standard. What do you do?
The known DNA standard is typically a swab from the inside of the mouth. It's like a Q-tip. And the reason it's taken from the inside of the mouth is that there's a lot of skin cells in there that are easy to slough off. So when it's collected, what I do is I take a small cutting of that Q-tip and I put it into a tube with chemicals, and I take it through a process known as extraction. And just like it sounds, I'm trying to extract or get that DNA out of those skin cells. The next portion of the testing is known as quantitation, where I'm trying to determine the quantity or the amount of DNA that's in that sample. And the reason I'm trying to do this is because the process of generating a DNA profile is very sensitive, and those instruments require specific amounts of DNA. And for that reason, the third portion of this is called amplification. And that is akin to a molecular Xeroxing process. So what I'm doing is I'm taking a sample of DNA and I'm making millions and millions of copies of that DNA. And the last portion of it is going to be genetic analysis, where that sample is then taken through an instrument to be able to develop a DNA profile that I can then compare to question samples.
And what's a DNA profile?
So a DNA profile is a composite of, like I said, half of your DNA comes from your mother and half comes from your father. What I look at is something called a short tandem repeat profile, or STR-DNA analysis. And what it does is it counts the number of times that specific areas of the DNA repeat, and you get half of that copy from your mother and you get half from your father. And so you end up with 2 numbers. And I look at 21 locations to be able to determine what your specific DNA profile type is at each one of those locations.
So once you get that DNA profile from a known standard, can you then take that profile and compare it to unknown standards collected from a crime scene to see if they are consistent?
Yes.
What kind of results can you get when you do that comparison?
So if it's a single source profile, you could get a match, meaning that all the locations that I'm looking at match exactly. You could have a partial DNA profile, so you could have a match as well to partial profiles. If it's a DNA mixture, you could have an inclusion, because it's like a puzzle. There's multiple peoples in a sample, so you can only be included into a mixture. You could have an exclusion, meaning that you may not be present in that sample based on the visual comparison. You could also have a result that's determined to be a no determination, meaning that I can't include or exclude you as a donor.
Let's talk about DNA, or something in a swab from a crime scene, and you try to analyze that for the presence of DNA. Are you always able to get DNA?
Not always.
Why not?
So it varies. Depends on the source of the material. If we're talking about a concentrated body fluid, my expectation is that I would be able to develop some type of DNA result from it. With other types of samples that are left out in the environment, exposure to things like heat, humidity, moisture, bacteria, ultraviolet light, harsh chemicals can degrade DNA over time. And so the expectation is, even if you have a really robust sample from blood or semen, if you leave it out in the environment, it's going to degrade over time.
Is there anything in your analysis or your testing method that could cause DNA from changing from one profile to another profile?
No, there's nothing in my testing or any process that I perform in the laboratory that would be able to change a DNA profile.
Do you, as well as your lab, go through proficiency testing to make sure you know what you're doing the process correctly?
Yes, all analysts are required to do proficiency testing every 6 months.
Were you provided some evidence collected in the case of State of Florida versus LAURIE SHAVER, Lake County Sheriff's Office case 180025431?
I was.
I want to start with some questions pertaining to the identification of the victim in this case. Were you provided a buccal swab or a known DNA standard from a person named Douglas Shaver?
Yes, I was.
So you must introduce an evidence that states Exhibit 8. You analyzed that item for the presence of DNA.
I did.
And did you use the same process, that 4-step process you just described to the jury?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain DNA information or a DNA profile from the known standards of Douglas Shaver?
Yes, I obtained a complete DNA profile from the sample.
So now that you have a complete DNA profile from Douglas Shaver, are you able to compare that profile to something collected at the scene to see if those profiles match, or if, let's say in this case, a femur bone originated from a biological child of Douglas Shaver?
Yes.
How do you do that?
For a sample from a femur, I would take a small cutting of the bone and subject it to the DNA extraction process, very similar to this one, with some additional chemicals and steps to be able to remove the calcium, because the calcium in the bone can prevent me from getting a DNA profile downstream in my testing. But once I'm able to take that sample from the femur all the way forward through DNA, I would end up generating a DNA profile if it's a viable sample. And then I can get that DNA profile and compare it to the one from this standard or the Q-tip from the inside of the mouth and make comparisons to it.
Did you in fact receive a femur bone from the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
Showing photograph 21 of stage 19, as well as showing you stage 22. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
And is that the femur bone that you analyzed?
That'd be correct.
Did you in fact take cuttings from that femur or take portions of that femur bone to use in your DNA analysis?
Yes.
Did you perform DNA analysis on those portions of the femur bone that you removed?
I did.
And what were your results?
From the femur bone, I was able to obtain a complete DNA profile that was consistent with originating from a male individual.
How do you know it came from a male?
As part of the DNA process, there is an area that's called a melogenin, and it's a sex determining marker. Basically, if you have an X and an X, you're a female. If you have an X and a Y, biologically, you are considered a male.
So did you then compare that male DNA profile that you obtained from the femur to the known DNA standards obtained from Douglas Shaver?
Yes, in this particular situation, that would
The process of DNA. Are you always able to get DNA?
not always.
Why not?
So it varies. Depends on the source of the material. If we're talking about a concentrated body fluid, my expectation is that I would be able to develop some type of DNA result from it. With other types of samples that are left out in the environment, exposure to things like heat, humidity, moisture, bacteria, ultraviolet light, harsh chemicals can degrade DNA over time. And so the expectation is, even if you have a really robust sample from blood or semen, if you leave it out in the environment, it's going to degrade over time.
Is there anything in your analysis or your testing method that could cause DNA from changing from one profile to another profile?
No, there's nothing in.
All right, y'all. Dizzy's gonna see you guys out tonight. I'm imagining this is gonna wrap up pretty soon. I gotta go watch Scout play volleyball. Family first, always. To all my mods, I love you guys. You guys are the best in the business, as always. Dizzy and all y'all in here. Thanks for coming back on 2 streams today. I'm gonna have a 3rd stream tonight at 9 o'clock. Bill Dorsch, World's Worst Cop. Billy exposing. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be great. No guests tonight. It's going to be all Bill. So lots and lots of Bill. I'm portaling into Dan's Public Buzz. He's going to be his continuing coverage of the Phil Spector trial. I think that's starting 7 Eastern. So I'm sending you all over there. I'll ask Steve if he'll portal you back to me when he's done. Love you guys. Thank you guys so much for hanging in the chat. Best chat in the land. You guys know it. Diz, it's all yours. You guys, love you. See you tonight.
my testing or any process that I perform in the laboratory that would be able to change a DNA profile.
Do you, as well as your lab, go through proficiency testing to make sure you know what you're doing and doing the process correctly?
Yes, all analysts are required to do proficiency testing every 6 months.
Were you provided some evidence collected in the case of State of Florida versus LAURIE SHAVER, Lake County Sheriff's Office case 180025431?
I was.
I want to start with some questions pertaining to the identification of the victim in this case. Were you provided a buccal swab or a known DNA standard from a person named Douglas Shaver?
Yes, I was.
So you must introduce an evidence of State's Exhibit 8. Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
I did.
And did you use the same process, that 4-step process you just described to the jury?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain DNA information or a DNA profile from the known standards of Douglas Shaver?
Yes, I obtained a complete DNA profile from the sample.
So now that you have a complete DNA profile from Douglas Shaver, are you able to compare that profile to something collected at the scene to see if those profiles match, or if, let's say in this case, a femur bone originated from a biological child of Douglas Shaver?
Yes.
How do you do that?
For the sample from a femur, I would take a small cutting of the bone and subject it to the DNA extraction process, very similar to this one, with some additional chemicals and steps to be able to remove the calcium, because the calcium in the bone can prevent me from getting a DNA profile downstream in my testing. But once I'm able to take that sample from the femur all the way forward through DNA, I would end up generating a DNA profile if it's a viable sample. And then I can get that DNA profile and compare it to the one from this standard or the Q-tip from the inside of the mouth and make comparisons to it.
Did you in fact receive a femur bone from the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
Showing photograph 21 of state 19 as well as showing state 22. Do you recognize that item?
I did.
And is that the femur bone that you analyzed?
That'd be correct.
Did you in fact take cuttings from that femur or take portions of that femur bone to use in your DNA analysis?
Yes.
Did you perform DNA analysis on those portions of the femur bone that you removed?
I did.
And what were your results?
From the femur bone, I was able to obtain a complete DNA profile that was consistent with originating from a male individual.
How do you know it came from a male?
As part of the DNA process, there is an area that's called a melanogenin, and it's a sex-determining marker. Basically, if you have an X and an X, you're a female. If you have an X and a Y, biologically, you are considered a male.
So did you then compare that male DNA profile that you obtained from the femur to the known DNA standards obtained from Douglas Shaver?
Yes, in this particular situation, that would consist of me doing a parentage type of analysis, since I am dealing with a sample that is from an alleged parent to an alleged biological child.
So how are you able to then tell whether the femur bone was from a biological child of Douglas Shaver by doing this analysis?
Yeah, so when the DNA profile was obtained from the femur bone, it was compared to the profile from Douglas Shaver, and during that comparison, it was determined that it's consistent with being the biological child of Douglas Shaver, and the single parentage index, which is an odds ratio, comparing the probability of the observed profile that was obtained from Michael Douglas Shaver coming from the biological parent versus some other unrelated random individual in the population. And that probability was 21,000. Now, I also did a single parentage probability of exclusion calculation, which is the chance that a random individual will be correctly excluded as a biological parent, and that is approximately 99.99%.
So is it fair to say the DNA from the femur bone is consistent with coming from the biological child of Douglas Shaver?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, pursuant to stipulation by the parties, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit Q, which is a DNA standard taken from the defendant, LAURIE Shaver.
All right, without objection, State's Q will come into evidence of State's number 25.
Thank you. Give us the court first, I'll give back to you. Did you receive a DNA standard from LAURIE Shaver?
I did.
Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA to see if you could develop a DNA profile?
I did, and I obtained a complete DNA profile from the sample as well.
You're referring to some other pieces of evidence that you received from the Lake County Sheriff's Office. Did you receive some fingernail and toenails collected from the scene of a grave in which a skeleton was located? yes?
Yes, that's correct.
So was introduced in evidence in State's Exhibit 21. Did you analyze those finger and toenails for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
What were your results?
When these samples were submitted through the DNA process, they went through the process of quantitation that I described before to figure out the amount of DNA in the sample. And unfortunately, those samples failed to demonstrate a sufficient amount of DNA to go forward through the complete DNA analysis process.
So there's just not enough DNA there for you to even do any kind of analysis?
That's correct.
Well, if we know their finger and toenails, how could that be?
It depends on the condition of them. If we're dealing with a sample that was exposed to environmental conditions like I previously described, DNA that could be found in the nail bed could be degrading over time, or there may just not be any DNA there present.
Could DNA degrade over time even if a body was buried under the ground and not in the direct heat and things like that?
Yes, there are soil humectants and bacteria that would eventually start degrading the DNA.
So is that at all surprising that you weren't able to find sufficient DNA from those finger and toenails to do any kind of a comparison?
Not at all.
Were you also provided some boxer shorts and some other shorts to analyze for the presence of DNA?
I was.
Showing you was introduced in State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Yes, for this specific item, when I'm describing the the shorts, the black shorts, I did test for the presence of semen on there, and it failed to give chemical indications for the presence of semen. A sample was also taken from that item for DNA, and it was, again, submitted through the DNA process through quantitation. It failed to demonstrate sufficient amounts of DNA at quantitation to go forward with a complete DNA process.
Again, considering that those shorts were found buried in the ground, does that surprise you?
No, it does not.
Did you do any analysis of the underwear for the boxer shorts?
There was no examinations performed on the underwear due to the condition of the exhibit.
And what was wrong with it? What do you mean by the condition?
The exhibit was decomposed and shredded. There's just absolutely no way that I could conceivably swab any portion of it for DNA.
Did you analyze a blue tarp provided to you for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
Show you as an introduced to State's Exhibit 1. Recognize that item?
I do.
And how did you analyze that blue tarp for the presence of DNA?
So the blue tarp would have been swabbed with a similar swab as it's used inside of to collect the inside of the mouth. It's just a giant Q-tip. I would swab the surface of the item to collect any type of DNA that could have been transferred onto the item, and then subjected it to the DNA analysis process.
What were your results when you tried to collect DNA from the tarp?
When the sample was sent through the DNA process, it reached the point of quantitation, and when it got there, there wasn't sufficient amount of DNA to go forward with the DNA process.
Again, considering that tarp was buried in the ground, does that surprise you at all that there was insufficient DNA for you to even analyze?
No, it does not.
Showing you a green strap and a container with some other debris collected from the grave site. State's Exhibit 3. Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
What were your results?
Similar to with the blue tarp, the sample went through up to quantitation, and there was insufficient amounts of DNA to go forward with STR DNA analysis.
And that was from what item did you attempt to extract DNA?
This would have been the green nylon strap, and there's a white elastic strap as well.
Did you analyze the items contained in the Tupperware at all?
No, the exhibit that was listed as miscellaneous items from the gravesite was not examined.
Why not?
There was no way of me collecting DNA from those items, and the expectation is that I would not obtain DNA profiles from the condition of them.
I'm showing you a swab taken from the exterior track of the sliding glass door, State's Exhibit 17. Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
What were your results?
There were no STR DNA results obtained from this exhibit.
What does that mean?
That means that there was not even a single peak present when it was taken through the entire DNA process.
So no DNA at all in that swab?
No.
Showing you a swab from a stain below the sliding glass door under the back porch, State's Exhibit 18. Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find?
So the sample went through the DNA process. It reached the point of quantitation, and it was determined that there was insufficient amounts of DNA to go forward with the DNA analysis process.
Considering that this sample was collected on the exterior of the house, does that surprise you?
No, it does not.
For the same reasons you previously described?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 16, a swab taken from the interior sliding door track. from the sliding glass door of the residence. Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
I did.
And what did you find?
So this particular sample demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 3 donors, including at least 1 male.
And what does that mean?
When I obtained a mixture, like I was saying, you get half of the DNA from your mother and half from your father. I'm only expecting 2 pieces of DNA information at each location that I look at. If I see more than 2 pieces of information at multiple locations, it gives me an indication that there are multiple donors to that sample or multiple DNA profiles. So it's creating effectively a DNA puzzle.
In this case, you indicated that there were 3 donors,
Yes, that's correct.
and one of the donors was male.
Yes, at least 1 donor was a male.
And how did you determine that at least one donor was male?
In the DNA process, you can only see the XX or the XY once. It's not like different males have different Y chromosomes. So if there is a male in a sample, I can only tell that there's at least 1 because of the presence of the Y chromosome.
Are you sometimes able to separate out the DNA profiles contained in a mixture and compare it to known DNA samples?
Yes, it's possible.
Briefly, how do you do that?
So it's not the process of necessarily picking out individuals from a sample, but more so what I do is I use a software called StarMix. It's a computational software that does biological and mathematical calculations to see what best explains a DNA mixture. And so when you take the DNA sample, the DNA mixture, and put it into the software, it does hundreds of thousands of calculations to see what type of DNA combinations fit at each one of those locations, given that it's a 3-person mixture.
Are you able to tell the source of the DNA that you found on that swab? Meaning, was it saliva, blood, sweat, semen, things like that?
No, I would not be able to tell you the source.
Did you compare the known profile of Douglas Shaver to the mixture that you found on the swab from the interior portion of the sliding glass door?
Yes, I did.
What were your results?
Douglas Shaver was excluded as a contributor to that mixed DNA profile.
He was excluded?
Yes.
Meaning Douglas Shaver's DNA could not have been part of that mixture.
Based on his DNA profile, it's not conceivable that it fits into that mixture as it stands.
Did you compare the DNA profile from the femur, purportedly the femur of Michael Shaver, to the DNA mixture you found from the swab from the interior of that sliding glass door?
I did.
And what were your results?
The comparison of the profile from Michael Douglas Shaver failed to demonstrate sufficient statistical support for inclusion or exclusion. Therefore, I can't make any determinations as to the presence of Michael Douglas Shaver on this item.
So what do you mean by failed to give general or statistical support? Sorry.
In that particular situation, the statistical calculation that I performed was not sufficiently high enough for me to reach an area that I can conclusively tell you that somebody is present in a sample or is not adventitiously or falsely included into the sample.
Bottom line, you can't tell scientifically if Michael Shaver was a contributor to that mixture, correct?
No, I cannot.
Did you compare the known DNA profile of LAURIE Shaver to the mixture from that swab in the interior of the sliding glass door?
I did.
What were your results?
So LAURIE Shaver was included as a possible contributor to this DNA mixture, and it was approximately 3.1 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from LAURIE Shaver and 2 unrelated individuals than from 3 unrelated individuals.
Did you also analyze a piece of vinyl laminate flooring recovered from a fire pit, showing States Exhibit 6?
Yes, I did.
And before we get to the laminate flooring, if this, referring back to the swab from the interior sliding glass door, would a profile consistent with LAURIE Shaver's DNA be included in that mixture, would that be surprising considering that this was her house and she lived there?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Referring to the laminate flooring that we just talked about, did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Of this particular item?
Presence of blood.
Yes. So I did a serological test for the presence of blood.
What does that involve?
It's basically a chemical color change test. So I would take a small piece of filter paper or a cotton tip swab and take a small rubbing from the item to get some transfer of any stains that I see on the item. And then I would perform the chemical color change test to see if it gives me chemical indications for the possible presence of blood.
What were the results of that chemical blood test?
So this particular exhibit failed to give chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Did you do any further DNA analysis on that item?
No, I did not.
Why not?
At that point, if I don't have an indication of the presence of a fluid, then I'm not expecting to get any DNA except for any extraneous type that might be there. And given that it's a piece of random material from the environment, who knows what you can pick up from it if you swab it.
Thank you, sir. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Perez, how do you doing, sir?
Hey, good yourself?
Good, good. Recall I took your deposition
Yes,
several years ago.
it was. It's been some time. Yeah.
It has been a while. I had your report, reviewed it, and discussed it with you at your deposition. And throughout your direct examination, the state talked to you about multiple exhibits, items that were found in the grave site, correct?
That's correct.
And you use the terminology degraded versus none, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it not a fact that there could have been DNA present, or there might have been DNA present at some time, but what you were able to examine didn't have any DNA on it?
It's a possibility.
Okay. So aside from saying that the evidence was degraded, it may be that it never had any DNA on it, correct?
Yes, there is a possibility that there was not DNA on the object.
So when the states asked you, does it surprise you? Does it surprise you? Does it surprise you? And you've stated, no, not given the condition of the item. It may be the item may never have had any DNA on it, correct?
Yes, that is a possibility.
Okay. So we're looking at your report. Do you have a copy of your report before you?
I do.
Okay. Let's go to the door, okay? And the rear track. Were you ever able to determine anybody's DNA in that region of the track?
Could you
Yes.
determine which report and which
some-
exhibit?
Let me see. Number 23. Okay. What was your conclusion?
The only comparison that I was able to provide an inclusion for was for the profile of Laurie Shaver, for that
Okay.
mixture of 3 donors.
Okay, there was 3 donors, including at least 1 male contributor.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Whose known male contributor profiles were you supplied?
I was given the DNA profile from Douglas Shaver and then the profile from the femur, which was also a male individual, which was represented as being Michael Douglas Shaver.
Those were the only profiles that were provided by the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
And that was recovered, to your understanding, on the lower region of the doorway, correct?
Based on the description from the item, yes. I was never there when it was collected, so I have to go based on what the contributing agency wrote for the description of the evidence.
Correct. So on the blue tarp that we spoke about, there was no DNA recovered, correct? Just to make this clear.
There was insufficient amounts of DNA to go forward
Okay,
with DNA.
insufficient, meaning again, as we've spoken, there may never have been any, correct?
So in this particular sample, when I took it through the quantitation process, there was an indication of potentially DNA being present, but if it doesn't hit a specific threshold, the sample doesn't go forward for DNA analysis.
Okay, so there was a lack of evidence on that item, correct?
Yes.
And every item that was supplied to you dealing with the gravesite, none of those had any profile hits for Laurie Shaver, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. The linoleum or the flooring that was supplied to you, that had no profile or hit of any DNA containing Laurie Shaver, correct?
For that piece of the floor tile, I only tested it for blood and I stopped processing after it didn't give chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Okay. Were there any hairs found in the gravesite location that were supplied to you?
I believe exhibit 22, there were hairs associated with that exhibit.
Okay. And did they yield any kind of profile of any individual?
So for the hairs that I examined from the exhibit, which were the swabs from the stain on the siding below the sliding door under the back porch. So there were some apparent hairs that were also submitted with that. I looked at those hairs under the microscope and they were not suitable to go forward with DNA processing.
Okay. So the hairs couldn't even yield any DNA profile, correct?
Based on the analysis that I performed in the lab, those hairs were not suitable to go forward. That's not to say that there are other laboratories that may potentially do other types of testing on hairs, but based on the limitations that I have in the laboratory, I couldn't test those hairs.
Were those sent to any other laboratory for further testing?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you test any object in the house that was supplied to you that contained any DNA from Laurie Shaver?
There were no exhibits that had any association to Laurie Shaver except for that one from the interior lower track of the sliding door, which was exhibit 23.
Correct. One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Thanks.
All right, redirect.
Very briefly. The hairs that you talked about, you said were not suitable. Is that exhibit 23?
Yeah, so when I look at it microscopically, I examine the root to see if it's in the correct stage of growth or if it has follicular material, meaning there's skin cells that were pulled off from your scalp onto the hair. And I didn't notice either of these, so the hairs were not sent forward for DNA analysis because those are the 2 characteristics that I look at when I'm taking hairs for DNA.
Thanks, sir. No other questions.
Mr. Wiggs?
No, nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Well, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
We're all done for the day.
All right. Yes, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you again. again for your time and attention today. Again, should you see the attorneys out and about today or tonight, they have been instructed to ignore you, so please don't hold that against them. Please do not discuss the case with anyone, including each other. Please do not view any media, whether it's TV, news, internet, and please do not do any research. All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock in the jury assembly room. Thank you and have a good night.
Your Honor.
Yes,
So we just have a brief conversation about kind of how the rest of the week is going to go.
certainly.
So we are pretty much on schedule. There were 2 witnesses that I was hoping to get in today that were going to be fairly short, but obviously when I knew that we were calling the DNA analyst before 45, I sent that phone, told them to come back in the morning. So far we are pretty much on track from what I've been telling the court as far as where we were going to be.
How many more witnesses do you have?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, probably about 15.
15.
And which would include a couple. That number 15 includes one that's going to be called twice, so 14 people, about 15 witnesses.
All right.
So I think we are still definitely on track to turn it over to the defense on Thursday.
Thursday.
Not the first thing on Thursday, but I would anticipate that they can start putting on their defense sometime on Thursday.
Possibly Thursday afternoon.
I think they'll be able to start Thursday morning, but I can give you a better update about that
All right.
at lunch tomorrow, and also Mr. Wiggs. And we do anticipate rebuttal. If Mr. Wiggs has any sort of approximate time, I'm not asking him to tell me who his witness is going to be or anything like that, but if he has an approximate amount of time of how long he thinks it's going to take to put on his defense.
So there are no time restrictions upon you, Mr. Wiggs, but if you can give an estimate, there are no time restrictions.
I listed Mr. Connor, okay, the tech guy, he'll be as well. I don't know if LAURIE intends to testify or not. Travis, he would be called, Mr. Harvest. So we have like 5 witnesses, and they're going to be relatively brief. The longest one would be probably Isabel and Mr. Connor. Okay?
So
It's probably one day,
one day.
I would envision.
So it's unlikely that will conclude on Thursday, but unlikely that we will conclude Thursday, but potentially on Friday.
Yeah, there'd be Kelly Johnson, who was a minor witness for the bond.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
All right.
Also, just to
And again, Mr. Wiggs, take as much time as you need. No time restrictions have been placed upon you. So
Okay, thank you,
as
Judge.
much time as you need.
I would ask that Thursday, when you're done with whatever's being presented to the jury, that we spend a little bit of time with the charge conference. Obviously, we can't do a final one until Ms. Shaver makes her determination whether or not she's going to testify, but there are some proposed instructions by Mr. Wiggs that we're going to have to discuss. And I would just like to at least start that process at the conclusion of Thursday to keep us on track and on schedule. I will also say that I anticipate having a motion filed as it relates to Ms. Johnson's testimony probably tomorrow morning that I'll present to the court about those issues that came up during yesterday. I'll have that completed and we can discuss that at some other time outside the presence of the jury. Those are kind of just the procedural issues that I wanted to go through to just make sure everyone is on the same page.
All right. Is there anything further?
Nothing today, Judge.
Okay, we'll adjourn. We'll reconvene tomorrow at 8:30.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are adjourned.